Geez, I'll have to trouble Lon again, but it's not like I have a choice. There's simply too much work and I'm only one person. How am I supposed to finish? I have no choice but to delay the mapping submission again. If this goes on, my living expenses here in Sumeru will exceed the deposit for the commission. But there's nothing more terrifying than Lon's rage. What's an adventurer from Leeway doing over here? Hey, you, from the Adventurers Guild. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to rest by the river here? No, Paimon's just curious. I don't care. It's really rare, and you even look super anxious, so we came over to ask if we could help. See, I'm Peksu, and you are... Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler, so Peksu, what are you doing here in Sumeru? Ah, Paimon knows. Did you get lost? Ha 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 ha, so the cute little one is Paimon. Ha ha ha, I don't care. What's so funny? It's not funny at all. Under most circumstances, no, it wouldn't be funny, but asking a cartographer if he's lost is quite amusing. Cartographer? Yes, we're responsible for surveying the landscape and updating older maps. It's one of the Adventurer Guild's duties. I'm one such cartographer, but... I'm just an apprentice. I've completed some rough sketches, but there are tons of mistakes. I need to get to Shaded Valley or Tunnel to get to a Shaded Valley or a tunnel to carry out a detailed survey. This is killing me. This terrain here in Sumeru is so complex, and there are so many roads and caves too. Sometimes I wonder if the entire mountain is hollow. Progress is way too slow. I don't know the terrain as well as the locals do. Then why don't you get a local adventurer to do it? It's actually a joint project between the... I don't care, dude. In the Leeway branches of the Adventurers Guild, and a completed map will be provided to those who trade or venture between the two. So trust the Leeway branch because the adventurer who is supposed to be in charge of cartographic experience and her reputation is that of absolute reliability. Supposedly she already did something similar in Xiaojing village. All it took was a single glance for her to know all the terrain inside and out, and her maps were very precise too. She left for some mining area. Did she go to the chasm or Black Cliff Forge? Anyway, once we laid eyes on her map, we all felt ashamed of our own skills. The adventurers who used her map praised it to the skies. Can't compete with that. I may have drawn a map, but there are too many missions, and surveying everything again will take too long. Can you just tell me to go in this damn door? I'm a stranger in a strange land. I may have the support of Sumeru's Adventurers Guild, but I'm just not efficient enough. If this goes on much longer, the deposit I receive won't even be able to cover my travel expenses. It sounds awful. We don't really know much about cartography, though. Maybe Paimon can help mark where you can find delicious foods on your map instead. That's a great idea. A map showing all the best local cuisine would definitely be popular. But, well, my remaining work doesn't really require drawing the map. What's left is a final survey to verify the map's accuracy. There are a few dangerous locations surrounded by difficult terrain that I haven't been able to get to. Oh, if that's all, maybe we can help. Most of these locations are really dangerous. There may even be monsters. That's exactly why you should leave it to us. Really, with your help, it feels like I'll be done in no time. I may even make the deadline. Most importantly, supplying travelers with an updated map will help prevent them from getting led somewhere deserted or dangerous by the old map. Sounds great, but we'll only help you on one condition, and that is that you have to mail us a copy of your food map once you're done making it. Haha, but of course, however, this map has to be verified before any of that can happen. It's all up to you now. What did I get mail for? Great. Hey, was that even the quest? Now just go in here and beat the crap out of shit. Sounds easy enough. How many are there? 5? quick work of these with ease. Okay. What characters do I get to choose these? No. Okay, cool. Let's fuck them up.
Your journey ends here.
Time to go! Shine down! Inazuma shines eternal!
Lord of Sand, your sacrifice is ready.
Memory! Sharing my knowledge! Allow me! Billowing surge!
Pound into the ground.
Higher, higher, pants on fire! Torn to oblivion! This way, hurry a little. Make yourselves at home. Careful, dance. Illusion absurd. Committed to memory. Time to go. Go. Think fast. Dance with me.
Okay, maybe not dire then. Maybe not dire. Stupid time limit crap. I didn't die. I didn't die. It's like, what am I getting if I do dire, right? You get freaking weapon crystals. Yeah, like I really freaking need those. I really don't. So I could just do crisis. Crisis and call it a day.
Time to go.
You are not welcome here.
One with wind and cloud.
Now you shall perish. See? Higher, higher, pants on fire.
Time to go to work.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Never testing your patience.
Where do you think you're going?
One with nature. Fallen leaves, adorn my night. Wind strike.
There is no escape. Now you shall perish. I'm getting sick of this. Time to go. This may hurt a little. Sharing my knowledge.
Into the wind. As one with wind and cloud. Illusion shattered. Inazuma shines eternal.
They really have exclamation points on the characters I was using. Like, oh no, those are the units that you used last time. I care.
Make yourselves at home.
I'm already almost done.
Torn to oblivion.
This may hurt a little.
One with nature. There is no escape.
It's over. Go.
The wind knows me. Fallen leaves, adorn my night! Now you shall perish!
Yeah, committed to memory. Time to go.
Shine down, torn to oblivion!
Oh, hey, look, the same team. Every single time. I don't feel like I need to wish anymore. I mean, I should have stopped wishing a long time ago. Oh. I really should follow directions. Oh well, I don't care. I don't care. I don't need the books. Look at this. I have 1,000. I don't need the books. I don't need the books. Books are worthless. Just crush the freaking enemies with my team and just go about my day.
Happy to apply! One with nature. As one with wind and cloud. There is no escape. Now you shall perish.
This may hurt a little. Yeah, I'm getting sick of this game. See? Go! Committed to memory.
Torn to oblivion. Into the wind. Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
Higher, higher, hands on fire.
Inazuma shines eternal. One with nature. As one with wind and cloud. Shine down, torn to oblivion.
Whoa, Temple of Wisdom.
Into the wind. Illusion shattered. Inazuma shines eternal.
Committed to memory. Help! Make yourselves at home. Cross over. Phew. Go.
One with nature. Clouds high. The birds come. Shine down. Now you shall perish. Winds rose. Inazuma shines eternal. Time to go. One with nature. Fallen leaves adorn my night. There is no escape. Now you shall perish.
Close enough.
No punching.
How amusing. You dare to gaze upon me?
Higher, pants on fire!
Careful, dance.
Come on out. Right here. Nothing lasts forever. Dear me. Ground wolf down!
Dance with me! The show's only just begun.
Draw's over! Show them. Right now. Not done yet.
The wind rises. That's far enough. Know the place.
Win it!
ancient power.
Covenant of the Deep! Time to go! Just go!
You are not welcome here.
Cross over!
Come to be. Witness my great undertaking.
Committed to memory, the Temple of Wisdom! Go! Phew! Higher, higher, pants on fire!
Live! Feel this ancient power.
Hold the line! Careful, dance.
Dance with me! The show's only just begun.
Yes! It's over!
Clouds hide. The birds call.
Inazuma shines eternal! That hurt!
Into the wind. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
Shine down! Now you shall perish! There is no escape!
The wind knows me. As one with wind and cloud.
Shine down! Torn to oblivion!
This waits for deliver. Share my knowledge.
There is no... Now you shall perish!
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
Time to go.
Illusion shattered! Inazuma shines eternal!
Committed to memory. Yeah, make yourselves at home.
Torn to oblivion!
Whirling snow! Embrace the ice! Ha, ta, ta. Ha, 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 yeah.
One with nature, as one with wind and cloud. Into the wind.
Grow, grow, grow! See? Time to go! Kamisato art! Sumetsu! This may hurt a little.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
Sharing my knowledge! Higher, higher, pants on fire! Go!
Shine down! Inazuma shines eternal! Ha! Wind straddle! As one with wind and cloud!
The process of elimination.
See? Time to go! Huh?
Torn to oblivion!
Were there even trial characters in this episode?
There is no escape!
Just your own characters. Is there? No.
Quietly now. Game's up. Fun is over. Cross over! Go!
Gotcha! Shine down! Inazuma shines eternal! The wind knows me. Clouds high. The birds call!
Higher, higher, pants on fire!
Now you shall perish!
Another test.
One with nature, as one with wind and cloud!
Be still. Mind the damage. Tell your troops.
Jaw's over! Huh?
Illusion shattered! Insolent! Inazuma shines eternal! Clouds high. The birds come!
Enemies getting like stronger in any capacity, I'm gonna be pissed off.
There is no escape! Torn to
Absolutely
oblivion!
gonna be pissed off. Alright, that's done. I've completed the perilous expedition. And now I don't care. Everything else is garbage. Go do the Tales of the Fantastic. Chapter 1. Alright.
Time to log off. Head back. Fight Club Quintet is a fantastic story.
Collectible? Cool. Curved wood must be bent again to reach straightness, and finding truth from exaggerations and lies takes knack. When the real is fake, the fake is also real, and you need to toss a coin to hear my spiel. I am Gion, a humble storyteller at the Sleepless Arrow, and if you'd like to listen to a few novel-length tales, you might have to wait here for a while. Then again, though there is still time for the story sessions, if you were to sip some tea and listen to a few tunes, it wouldn't be a complete waste of time, would it? Tea sounds good. Then you've come to the right place. The Sleepless Earl is the premier tea spot around the Shinsho Luofu. Don't let the Inner Keep's young age fool you. Her research on how to simmer tea leaves is unrivaled. If you wouldn't mind my humble opinion, order a pot of Hunter Maofang tea. Satisfaction guaranteed. Some guests are tea aficionados and often pontificate about all kinds of expert tea lore at the Sleepless Earl. I'm not a smart man, but I have memorized some facts and can show them all. Would you be interested? Ah, would you look at this brain of mine, lost in my storytelling world again. How could I just forget about that? Which reminds me, I have a favor to ask you. There's been a lot going on aboard the Shinsho recently, with with the ambrosial arbor's new growth and those disciples of Sanctus Medicus causing a ruckus. And all the news feed reports that you've played no small part, trailblazer, in keeping the peace. But there's no literature out there on the market right now really capitalizing on this. I'm just thinking, why not go ahead and why not get ahead of the curve and make a bit of a killing at the box office, And so I humbly invite you to tell me of your heroic exploits. I'll definitely spin out a brilliant story if I could, just to get my hands on those first-hand accounts of yours. Wonderful, if you could be so kind. Mr. Xeon takes out his phone and prepares to record your tales. In a world where memes and cringe collide, one trailblazer must rise to the challenge. It all started with this cute girl known as Little Miss March, and then some old wise man called Grandpa Yang. You rattle off your journey so far aboard the Lofu in a deep, dramatic voice, adopting the style of the hit web drama 3-Minute Butterfly Immersia. From your arrival on the Shin Show to your bloody battle with Ventilia, you do your best to cover all the ups and downs and twists and turns of your story, but Mr. Xeon's attention span seems to be waning. He even turned his phone sideways during the Battle of Evamist Mansion, no doubt to sneak in a couple of hands of celestial jade. This woman who called herself Galactic Baseballer was locked in a heated battle against the Master Primus of the Disciples of Sanctus Medicus, and for the Shin Show, this was a battle for life and death. I have to fight her again?
Great.
Aim.
Time for a fun. Who's next? Entangle! Time for a fun. This is double speed. What's in your prescription? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Lance forward!
Punishment. The odd wrath of nature. Time for a fun. Vine and vet reaper. Time for a fun. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. To my heart's content. Who's next? This is double speed.
Lance forward!
Life's wrath of nature. What's in your prescription? Time for a fun.
So this is different than what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be just storytelling garbage. Sort of like Genshin, but you know, it wasn't. I mean, it's still telling a story, but it's still having its battle.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. This is double speed. Punishment of the odd wrath of nature.
Lance forward!
What's in your prescription? Vine and vet reaper. double speed. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Your lifespan skip wrath of nature. Lance forward! Vines and mastery of immortality.
You gotta be kidding me. If Bailu didn't die, that's so bullshit. That's so bullshit.
Time to log off. I mean, head back. High Cloud Quintet is a fantastic story.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not bringing this team.
Stay back, Clara.
Ah, great. Time for a buzz.
Hide.
Entangle!
Mission command.
Who's next?
Annihilate.
Punishment! Beyond vines and
Mission command.
This is double speed. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. What's in your prescription?
Stay back, Clara. Stay back, Clara. Eliminating threat.
Time for a buzz. Who's next?
Mission command.
to my heart's content.
Infinite counters.
Time for a buzz.
Away.
Your lifespan keep mine and
Stay back, Clara.
Who's next? Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
Eliminating threat. Mission command.
Oh, that's that. Bye, Donshu. You finally finished telling your story, and Mr. Xenon looks pretty pleased too. The Soul Fox has apparently played a winning hand. Good game. I mean, good story. You are done there with the story, right? Don't look at me like that. I've been listening attentively the whole time. Your story, however, has some issues, even though the plot is not that boring. It's written in a way that is overstretched, underwhelming, and predictable. I can see where it's going from a mile away. Let me tell you the truth, hard as it is to hear. Who cares about the truth? You want the truth? Just go and watch the news instead. And hearing you talk about combat, how should I put it? It's really stale. You hit me, then I hit you. It's a bit monotonous. You know about the immersion genre we have here on the Shincho, right?
Hi, Cloud
Or
Queen,
perhaps
tell
it
us a
should be called
fantastic
an
story.
interactive fantasy experience, despite what IPC thinks. Well, those fights are exhilarating. Leaping onto roofs and over walls, splitting open time and space, anything goes. Overall, I think the story is lacking a few exciting elements that we need to draw in the audience. But its commercial potential is unlimited. What should I do? Please hold on one second, I'm just fetching something for you. This thing is what we in the industry call a protagonist model. Legend has it that some emergent troupe has invented this magical tool for industrial-scale screenwriting. And even though Akavili takes on thousands of different forms within thousands of different nameless, you may have heard that, actually, there's only a dozen or so archetypal protagonists recycled through these classic legends and tales. This shows that there are rules to follow when telling an alluring story, and that's how this thing rose to meet the occasion. Take a gander. All you have to do is set up a diverse range of encounters for protagonists along the hero's journey and let the protagonist gain various mystical abilities and treasures, before magnificently defeating a powerful foe. That's how you make a wonderful story. My explanation alone can't do it justice. You'd better take a look yourself. In short, the protagonist model is like a simple magic wand. So long as you follow its patterns, you can easily craft pulse, racing, heart-pumping stories for your audience. How about this? You and I hit up a site of your former battles, the Alchemy Commission. Revisiting old haunts will definitely get the creative juices flowing. Let's flesh out this protagonist model. I knew you were kind-hearted. Alright, let's push on then to the Alchemy Commission. If I was not mistaken, the decisive battle in your adventure began right over here at the Eve Mist Mansion, correct? You said that this was where you and your companions fought against the Master Primus of the Sanctus Medicus. Was there any conflict that you encountered here? Or perhaps did she stoop to any dastardly tricks to really put you in between a rock and a hard place? How is that possible? How can a great battle be exciting without any swerves or setbacks? Please give me a moment to sketch out a scene. Here we go. Listen up. The Legion was in cahoots with the Master Primus of the Sanctus Medicus. Using their arcane powers, they activated elixir cauldrons to spew forth venomous vapors as they tried to take out the Trailblazer and the other munificent heroes in one fell swoop. For a moment, a mesmerizing miasma filled the air at the Alchemy Commission. Despite the vigor and strength of the Trailblazer, it was too much to deal with and simply overwhelming. The situation grew so grave that the Trailblazer and her companions concocted a genius plan. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, the realization suddenly dawned that was still the Alchemy Commission, a paradise known for forging the elixir of life. The disciples of Sanctus Medicus have received their mandate from the Ruin Arthur. We, though, can strive for a miracle pill from the Alchemy Commission, turning over a new leaf to be born anew through generations of cultivated power. That wasn't gibberish. We Shincho people love hearing stories play out like this. A glorious treasure, the elixir of life. Take it for a shortcut past series of martial art practice and cultivation, and suddenly, pow! We're smashing enemies left and right. What's not to love about that? Don't interrupt me. It's a good start. Next, it'll go a fortuitous encounter. The Trailblazer studied the surroundings carefully, fixating on 3 elixir cauldrons on display at the Alchemy Commission. The Trailblazer suddenly remembered that the Vidyadra healer lady had once mentioned these 3 elixir cauldrons and how they contained essential extracts of everything in the universe condensed into elixirs of life. Once put together, these 3 divine ingredients can be concocted into the elixir of dragon oil, which can make you be born anew and achieve transcendence. I am sorry for the ad-libbing naming here. Anyway, what else am I going to call an elixir that magically imbues powers like this? Let's go over to that elixir cauldron over there and keep at it. I'm sure that'll give us some quality inspiration. Thinking of this, the Trailblazer jumped right into the elixir cauldron. What's wrong? It's just an outline for now. Don't think about it too much. We'll polish it later. The first draft is mainly about getting that flash of inspiration. Don't worry, it all makes sense. The Trailblazer leaped into the elixir cauldron, but suddenly felt as if the whole world were spinning. Our hero opened their eyes to find themselves have turned into a cycrane. The book implies that this is a hidden containment mechanism in the elixir cauldron, signed by the first cauldron master of the Alchemy Commission. Anyone trying to take the elixir of life would first be transported to a Fantasia to undergo the trial. Don't try to confuse me. You've interrupted my train of thought. First cauldron master of the Alchemy Commission hoped that one day someone could break the containment mechanism, clear the trial, and take the elixir of dragon oil, right in the nick of time, to save the Lofu from certain doom. In a curious twist of fate, the Trailblazer was none other than the heroic one prophesied by this first cauldron master of Alchemy Commission some thousands of years ago. The Trailblazer concentrated all of her chi to her core radix, thus breaking the containment mechanism in the Fantasia. Careful, don't get caught by the monsters. As all the containment mechanisms were gradually lifted by the Trailblazer, the secret treasure of the first cauldron master was revealed. Got an Icefire Lotus, whatever the hell that is. Okay. The Trailblazer transformed into a cycrane, leaving and darting around the elixir cauldron to clear the trial left behind by the first cauldron master. What the Trailblazer beholds is a lotus blooming with ice crystals while in flames. This is a medicine that has been extinct since the Theopani era, the Icefire Lotus. The Icefire Lotus is utterly indispensable when concocting an elixir of dragon oil. Just pretend it does. Come on, let's go then. On to the next elixir cauldron. Just bear with me, okay? Seeing these places in person really got my creative juices flowing. Having plucked the Icefire Lotus, the Trailblazer seizes an opportunity and leaps into another elixir cauldron. Little do you know, repetitive behavior instills a sense of ritual in people. That's why important details have to be repeated a few times over and over. The Trailblazer returned to the Fantasia, hunting for the secret treasure left by the first cauldron master of the Alchemy Commission, but suddenly an unsettling aroma aroused his senses. Where any ordinary person, it would merely be discarded as a mistake of the senses. But what kind of hero is the Trailblazer? The treacherous danger was instantly detected. The book implies that this is an abundance beast sealed within the cauldron by the first cauldron master of the Alchemy Commission. Oh, how the mediocre covet such glorious treasures, yet die filled with hatred at the maw of a beast. That's a trope for treasure hunting stories. The ancients always leave behind these secret treasures with fatal booby traps hidden within. Don't ask me why, but it's a screenwriter's convention. The Trailblazer couldn't help but sneer, asking, "Is there any danger across all the galaxy that can stop my might?" And with a beat of the wings, our hero took to the sky. Oops. I failed. You don't see me. You don't see me. Got whacked by a freaking wolf. Oh, no! Gosh. No, no, I am not going to cheat. I mean, it is staring right at it. Oh, yeah, it's staring right at it. I have to do that. Stupid hints. How did that attract the attention? I don't know. As all the containment mechanisms were gradually lifted by the Trailblazer, the secret treasure of the first Cauldron Master was revealed. Isn't this the second? No? A life-death polypore. Right. The Trailblazer completed another one of the first Cauldron Master's trials. What appeared next before our hero was a mushroom fitting in and out of existence. It is written that this is no mortal mushroom. It sits within a state between existence and non-existence, constantly fluctuating between the real and the imaginary. It's called the life-death polypore. Right, then the Trailblazer had the life-death polypore, lacking only one final medicinal herb before the elixir of dragon oil could be concocted. Hey, no way. Actually, I have a little notebook where I record all kinds of obscure things, and I can show you it if you want. The names of these medicinal herbs are indeed constructions of my imagination. I mean, not all of them are completely made up. Enough gossip and bluster. Let's get to the next cauldron and start cooking up that next story, How about it then? Ready to start plotting out the next part of your story? Having plucked the life-death polypore, the Trailblazer goes all or nothing, leaping into another elixir cauldron. This can't be good. Back in the Fantasia once more, and without a trace, or of fear, or trepidation, the Trailblazer felt like an old hand. The Trailblazer calmed right down to sense the feelings left behind in the Fantasia, and those feelings were warm, gentle, and liberating. There were never any doubt that this was a soul-cleansing grace from the first Cauldron Master of the Alchemy Commission. Don't say that. The first Cauldron Master was thinking ahead about any misuse that might harm the Shinsho, you see. Or is that a bit far-fetched? No problem. Don't even worry about it. This is just the first script. First script, I tell you. We'll just fix it in post. The Trailblazer knew this warm sensation meant that the most dangerous part of the trial had already passed. What now greeted the Trailblazer was the first Helm's Master's blessing. Take off, the Trailblazer. Welcome to this, your final trial. Damn. All the containment mechanisms were gradually lifted by the Trailblazer. The secret treasure of the first Cauldron Master was revealed. And all good. A Whirlbolt Humatone. Cool. The Trailblazer completed yet another trial, only to find herself trapped in a vast white fog. Once it cleared, the Trailblazer saw a huge tree with floating roots. Despite no obvious breeze, the floating roots swayed in the air, cleaving the very air in twain with flashes of lightning paired to each swing. This then was the most precious medicinal herb hidden at the Alchemy Commission, the World Bolt. Fumator, the Trailblazer, harvested the best of the floating roots and left this Fantasia the first Cauldron Master. How could it? The World Bolt Fumatomer's electricity merely unblocks the meridians as it massages and stimulates blood flow. It's a great remedy and not at all dangerous. It's what the audience wants, though. Competition in entertainment circles is so fierce these days. How are we storytellers supposed to compete with all the razzle-dazzle and hype of some things like immersion? There's only one answer: manufactured outrage. I can say all the stuff that I can say all the stuff they can't do in immersion, and I can say what they don't dare say in immersion. Anyway, there's no tax on bragging, and words have a habit of disappearing like the wind. Back to the topic at hand. Previously, our hero, the Trailblazer, acquired all 3 medicinal herbs required to concoct the elixir of dragon oil. All that remained was to cast the ingredients in the elixir crucible, and this miracle elixir would be hers.
Who goes there?
The Trailblazer placed the 3 medicinal herbs into the crucible. One by one, first came the Ice Fire Lotus, its fiery heat and blasting cold blended together, bursting out infinite natural force. Next came the Life-Death Polypore, its quantum impermanence stabilizes the paradox inherent in the Lotus. Finally, the Trailblazer tossed the World Bolt Fumator into the crucible with a flash of thunder and lightning out of the blue. An entire thunderstorm formed inside 1 square inch of the crucible. The Trailblazer plucked up the courage to reach a hand into the storm. After a while, the Trailblazer's hand pulled out a sparkling medicinal pellet. And that, my friend, is what leads a mortal onto the path of immortality. Uh-oh. No. I shouldn't have used that word on the Shin Show. Anyways, it's basically a miracle drug that makes you be born anew and achieve transcendence. Behold, the elixir of dragon oil. The Trailblazer swallowed the miracle elixir and instantly felt as light as a feather, but as strong as an ox. Our hero could leap 30,000 miles in a second, or lift up 10,000 tons. The Trailblazers knew now was the time to settle the score with those pathetic, detestable disciples of Sanctus Medicus wreaking havoc on the Shin Show. Listen to yourself. Power in and of itself knows no good or bad. Only people do. Is a kitchen knife evil when it's in the hands of a chef or when it's in the hands of a murderer? Less idle chit-chat. Please, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, lend me your ears. Next up, have the main feature Calamity and Snares Commission of Alchemy Commission. Nameless Battles, author of Plagues. If we put it like that, then this act will be complete. You don't understand. The most difficult thing for us screenwriters is the protagonist's development. Once the protagonist's character is settled, it's going to be so easy to just write in as many battles as you want. Look, this isn't exactly the best writing place for us. Come back to the Starskip Haven with me, and after I process all of today's inspiration, we can chat more about combat details. Thank you for helping me sort out my thoughts and get some inspiration. I'll start right away. Mr. Xeon took out his notebook and began scribbling at a furious pace. Shortly after, he handed over the manuscript to you, filled with satisfaction. I've already written the part about Nameless Battles, author of Plagues. That's right, our protagonist on this quest, that is you, has experienced all these adventures and taken this elixir of life. I have to add a few strokes to this protagonist's model so that it's not forgotten next time. Speaking of which, I was left with tons of inspiration rattling around in my head after today's trip. I'd like to use some of your side adventures on the Shin Show as material to write some side stories. It'll help flesh out your protagonist model, so I'll write out some of your challenging adventures. Why don't you listen and tell me what you think? Snobs, they come and snobs, they go. And good friends and manners are hard to come by. A storyteller on stage and a friend below. An acquaintance is worth more than thousands of gold. Unfortunately, you're still far too early for the show, but stick around if you don't mind listening to me chat about tea. You see, you can't take care of much when you're busy. I almost forgot we agreed to meet. I've been keeping myself busy coming up with you just said this, the rest of the plot, but we may have a problem to which I haven't been able to find an answer yet. Based on your original story, after taking out the disciples of Sanctus Medicus, you almost immediately fought your decisive battle against the Lord Ravager Fentilia. Don't you think that's pushing the story along too fast? If that's all I had, why, I'd finish telling this story in a single session. I wouldn't get the chance to set up one of my cliffhangers, goading everyone into buying tickets for tomorrow. Stay tuned for next time with Mr. Zeal. And I tell you what, the protagonist model isn't perfect enough if we do the plot this way, so I've come up with an idea. I'm not sure what you think, so I'd like to run it by you. Nameless, you're not the only one, right? Those other heroes have also thrown themselves into this adventure. Is it possible to perhaps fudge things a little so that you will be the one doing those deeds? I'm so happy to hear that. I'm so happy to hear you say that. So then, are there any companions whose exploits are suitable for us to add to our story? This High Elder story of yours is interesting, but a little tricky to pull off. It branches off in all directions with some red herrings. It's way different from the masterpiece I've personally written about the High Cloud Quintet. Therefore, a drastic adaptation is required. We'll cut off everything apart from the beginning and the end. Maybe we can fix the story after all. I've got a rough idea. Let's go to Scale Gorge Waterscape then. Perhaps we'll be able to find our inspiration beneath the statue of the High Elder.
High Cloud Quintet is a fantastic story.
Oi.
Huh?
Drink it in. Just looking at this magnificent statue of the High Elder causes inspiration to flood my brain like a waterfall. It's said that the Trailblazer's powers surged after taking the elixir of dragon away, but alas, the Lord Ravager was still an emanator of the Ruin Author. How could a mere mortal hope to contend? It was then that the Trailblazer realized that the Vijayadra were descendants of dragons, whose High Elders naturally possessed aeonic powers, and if those powers could be borrowed, transcendence shall be achieved. Hey, ever heard of hyperbole? I studied at the Royal Academy on the Yukong, and I'm a professional playwright by trade. My writing has a structure, and I would never be sloppy. And with the miracle elixir flowing internally and the High Elder's power protecting externally, a mere emanator, or even the Ruin Author themselves, would prove no match for the Trailblazer. Forget about the details. I told you this is just the first draft and we'll revise it later. Just focus on the main plot. Back to the topic at hand, please. This scene should begin with you searching for clues around the statue of the High Elder. Dropping adventure into every scene of the plot will definitely help us flesh out this protagonist model. I reckon this will take the better half of a day, just like last time, so why don't you go off and get ready. Fortify that stomach of yours, or go to the bathroom first. Come find me when you're ready. How's it going, ready? Hey, how's it going there, friend?
Want to spar? Go.
Did you break into the Scale Gorge waterscape to try and beg me for the power of the High Elder? You're joking. Is this some kind of Outworlder joke? Up here, I'm right in front of you. Don't turn a blind eye to me. I am a statue of Yubi, the High Elder. Steeped in the essence of moonlight, I have taken consciousness. You're an Outworlder who doesn't even know who I am, yet you dare come here to claim the power of the High Elder so rashly. Heh, you'll never get your hands on it. If this was something that could just be bent, then the Vidyadra wouldn't find ourselves in our current predicament. But then again, I'm nothing more than a statue. I can hardly lecture you. What about I set a trial for you? Pass it and you'll gain my recognition. I'll then grant you whatever your wish is. I am not some genie in a lamp. We can talk about this again once you complete the trial. Centuries ago, Dan Feng, the High Elder, got led astray in life, triggering the sedation of Embittered and leaving countless mirage echoes filled with hatred throughout Scale Gorge waterscape. A few of them still cling to vicious hatred, causing all kinds of ruckus. That's really starting to get to people. Please get rid of these ill-willed mirage echoes. That's the trial that I have for you. Go on errands and save the world from devastation. You hate it? What, you hate it here? Sense of existence. Document directory. They should have picked me as the High Elder. My little foxy has run off. Find the malicious mirage echo. This dude's saying I hate it here. Alright. I worked for the Realm Keeping Commission for 500 years, and I'll soon qualify to buy a townhouse in the Drifter's Sanctum. What a pity. After this disaster, my reincarnated body has to keep working. This doesn't seem to be the one. Sense of existence. Supposed to be chosen as High Elder. That cursed Dompong. It was he who stole my rightful power from me. How did things end up? The Preceptors got the wrong person and plunged the Vidyadra into crisis. That was exactly what they deserved. Looks like this is it.
Are you alright? Stay back, Clara.
What a headache.
I found the crybaby of the Vidyadras.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Time for a fun.
Hide.
What's in your prescription?
Eliminating threat.
Time for a fun. This is double speed. Who's next? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Stay off! Woohoo! Help me, Mr. Storm!
Mission command. Are you alright? Mission command. Stay back, Clara.
I can save a dinosaur! butterflies. Illusions of the past. Time for a fun.
Stay back, Clara.
Helping us your form.
Eliminating threat. Mission command.
This is double speed. Who's next? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
I feel like they add auto mode. This is exactly what's gonna happen. They add auto mode to Genshin. That should be it, right? Time to go back and report to that statue. The Trailblazer successfully completed the trial and returned to the statue of the High Elder. The grievances hanging over Scaled Gorge Waterscape have cleared a little. I think you have indeed completed the trial. You really do live up to the moniker of the Nameless. Now that you've completed the first trial, now it's time for the second trial. Don't worry, this will be your final trial. Before his imprisonment, Don Pong buried all of his treasure deep within Scaled Gorge Waterscape. They say that before he set out, he spoke these words. Rules are made to be broken. What's that about? There's nothing. Anyway, the second trial is to find the treasure, return it to its original owner, and reset the wheels of fate. The Trailblazer found the High Elder's secret treasure trove thanks to the statue's guidance. Let's go! Secret treasure! Away! So I was right about you. Being able to complete these trials proves you are trustworthy. You are a trustworthy person. The truth always comes in threes. You may have passed the first two trials, but now comes the final and most important test. And please don't tell me that I'm not trusted. Because this third trial is the answer which you seek. The power of the High Elder. We Vidyadra naturally reincarnate in cyclical continuity as the previous High Elder has abdicated and undergone hatching rebirth. A new High Elder will be reborn once more. I want you to find this Vidyadra egg and deliver the rebirth of the new High Elder. From then on, this new High Elder will be your help and support you in overcoming any hardships you may encounter. Go, Nameless. The help you seek is at hand. The Trailblazer found the soon-to-be-born impending High Elder thanks to the statue's guidance. The Trailblazer found the luminescent Vidyadra egg, and indeed there was a creature about to break free from an incubation, and so the Trailblazer carefully delivered the new High Elder into re-existence. Okay. So what can I do here? Oh yeah, I can do that. This was not hard at all. I'm just using a typical Shinsho literary device. Nothing special about it, okay? I admit it's a bit far-fetched, but I couldn't think of any other way to express things. Ah, forget it. That's our first draft for now. As for the exact details, I'll leave that up to the future Mr. Gion to worry about. All in all, with the help of the Trailblazer, the newborn High Elder, the Vidyadra successfully hatched from their egg and was thus reborn. So weird about that, there's another Shinsho classic tale that tells of a rich boy born with a silver spoon, or rather jade abacus, in its mouth. The newborn could make divinations 500 years back and into the future. The newborn High Elder stare blankly at the Trailblazer. At this moment, the Trailblazer should bear the sacred responsibility of scripting a name for this newborn High Elder. Dragons derive power from their names. Because you're the protagonist of the story. The Trailblazer named the new High Elder as... John Doe. John Doe! I failed to see how that makes sense, but since you are the one who picked this, it must be a great name. As fate would dictate, John Doe, the new leader of the Vidyadra, has been reborn. But just as the two were immersed in the joys of life reborn, crisis loomed imminent. A horde of disciples of Sanctus Medicus have found this location. The freshly reborn High Elder and that outworlder who took out so many of our brothers and sisters. So this is where you are. Quick, take advantage of their weak position to rid them once and for all. Go! You're not Trailblazer. Let me cloud him to protect you. These schmucks are nothing to worry about. Faced with the advancing enemy, the Trailblazer concentrated all her chi to her core radix as she shouted. This is above my pay grade. Could it be some kind of passphrase? Now is hardly the time to say such despondent words. Alright, but the High Elder gave a clear shout as the battle began.
Time for a buzz.
Eliminating threat.
I'm okay. Time for a buzz. What's in your prescription? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Look out! Help me, Mr. Sharp!
Are you alright?
I'm okay. This is double speed. Who's next? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Eliminating threat. Stay back, Clara.
Who's next? Time for a buzz.
Hide. Are you alright?
I'm
Stay back, Clara.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Look out! Help me, Mr. Storm!
Come back.
Okay. After this battle, the Trailblazer and John Doe forged an alliance in blood between which none could ever hope to drive a wedge. Be patient, everyone. The next act, dear listeners, is our long-awaited martial arts fight scene. Traveler, treasures heart of science. Dragon Lord, commands wrath of seas. Ah, if we put it like that, then this act will be complete too. Didn't I mention martial arts scenes are the easiest of all to write? Just a couple of strokes on your protagonist model is all it takes. Xian began scribbling at a furious pace as before. He soon let out a long, satisfied sigh, which seemed to be a habitual pattern for Mr. Xian's writing process, and handed the protagonist model over to you. This scene is complete. Take some time to have a look at it, and feel free to share any feedback with me. What follows should be the climax and the end of the story, so I need to think carefully about how it's written. It's already getting late, and we've both put in a lot of effort. I will head back to the Starsafe Cave, and let's keep in touch if any inspiration strikes. So long! On to the last chapter.
Let's take it in turns. You rest. I'll stand guard.
Storytelling is such an outdated art form.
Miss Trailblazer, hello. You can't let go of my spellbinding story, can you? Who can resist being the protagonist of their own epic adventure? Protagonist model is so incredibly useful that I've ended up writing a few more stories. I wonder what you think of them. Oh no. Wait, is this before the thing? Or is this the last one? Limited time reward. I mean, cool, we're getting stellar jades for that. But was that the next chapter? I don't think it was. Maybe it is. And the last chapter is just a bunch of fights. Oh, that's this. Listen to the story. Complete the story and you get Legend of the Trailblazer. I'll do this, then I'll do this. I was so busy with all this storytelling that I almost forgot. I've made preparations for this. Just you wait and see.
Storytelling is such an outdated art form.
There are people who like it. Who cares what you think?
Our next scene, Warrior quells Fentilia, hero earns regalia. I've already put this whole scene together, and I'm just waiting for your final confirmation. Let's go straight to Scale Gorge Waterscape. I've prepared a little surprise for you. Don't worry, everyone can vouch for my reliability. Catch you at Scale Gorge Waterscape. Oh, look, it's John Doe. The Trailblazer, you've made it. Why don't you meet the surprise I've got waiting for you? Kneel ye not. This custom has long disappeared from Shinsho etiquette. Don't be scared. This is Shion, a famed actor from... Don't be scared, this is Shun, a famed actor from the Mellow Golden Mayor Immersia Club. Shh, don't mention my real name around here. You'll kill my flow and take me out of the zone. Call me by my role, which is what again? John Doe? That's right. Call me John Doe. Alright then, John Doe, you are empathetically correct. The Trailblazer, the Mellow Golden Mayor Immersion Club picked up our story and is interested in potentially buying the adaptation rights. So let's show John Doe a very warm welcome, okay? Look, he's made up exactly like I imagined John Doe would be. Child actor. I may have been fresh meat when I first debuted, but that was over 500 years ago. I'm an old hand now. Okay, enough gossip for now. Jian, tell me more of your storytelling. Let's see if this role is worth my taking on. Okay, the Trailblazer has been born anew after swallowing the miracle elixir and has teamed up with the High Elder of the Vidyadhara. Right now our hero is the talk of the town, unmatched in power and might. This was the time when Jinsho Lofu fell into a crisis with the Lord Ravager Fentilia leading the forces of the ruined author on a rampage as they vowed to destroy the Lofu. The Trailblazer, with weapon in hand, stood before Fentilia, bellowing out. Beast, right here, right now. This will be your final resting place. John Doe secretly activated the Cloud Hymn to protect the Trailblazer. A battle could break out at any moment, and the fate of the Jinsho Lofu rested on the outcome of this fight. That's not Fentilia. That's Don Shu.
Time for a buzz.
What?
This is double speed.
Annihilate.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Entangle.
Stay back, Clara.
To my heart's content.
Time for a buzz. What's in your prescription? Who's next?
Eliminating threat.
Time for a buzz.
Bye. And the Lord Fentilia Ravager has been defeated. No. The Lord Ravager met its, oh my god, demise. The curtain fell on this final scene in the story. Oh really? I've never had the chance to personally see Fentilia, and I hope I never do. Since you've seen Fentilia before, could you tell me a bit more about what it looks like? I think I got it. And any of the features? Monstrously huge, I'm sure I can imagine. Ooh, when you put it like that, I think I've got it. Okay, this is definitely getting updated when we do our revisions. I don't care much for what Fentilia looks like. My only question is that it? There's still a coda, an epilogue, that comes forward. I haven't figured out exactly how it goes, but the main plot indeed reaches its conclusion here. I feel like the story is lacking for scintillating adventure. As an old theater hound, I've got a few pointers I'd like to hear. If you could please enlighten us. Firstly, the Trailblazer's character development needs to be more compelling. Swallowing a medicinal pellet to get stronger may work in your world of storytelling, but it's long gone out of style in the immersion genre. Secondly, rolling straight into the decisive battle after finding the High Elder makes that character seem like a plot device. His role should be more fleshed out. Thirdly, give me some more screen time. I don't care in the slightest how your story gets told, but if it's getting adapted into an immersion, then you need to give me more screen time. That's what the Mellow Golden Mayor Immersion Club wants to see, and why they're interested in this acquisition. Little lady, that's not very polite, is it? But hey, you're not wrong. Please also try to understand what a difficult situation I'm in here. I'm already 500 years old, but I've stopped growing, so child roles are all I can do. A few days back, an immersion troupe wanted to paint my whole body green and have me play the role of some wise old master who spoke backwards and tutored a young protagonist in some mystical martial arts. That's gonna be so humiliating. I'd much rather play a young High Elder of Vidyadhara without having to wear any prosthetics or paint. My producer even said that whether I can revitalize my career all depends on your adaptation of this story into an immersion. Hey, don't be so demoralizing. I've just come up with some new ideas right now. Your feedback is well received, and it's easy enough to make adjustments accordingly. The Trailblazer asked John Doe, this Lord Ravager has the very powers of this world at its fingertips. How can we mortals hope to ever defeat it? The High Elder of the Vidyadhara sternly replied, but within our forces combined, we should be evenly matched against the Lord Ravager, but a divine weapon would guarantee victory. The book implies that John Doe retains memories from previous reincarnations, including the secrets of forging such an ancient ultimate weapon. This next scene is called Forging Weapon, Purging Demon. What do you think? Are you both ready? Let's work together to bring this story to a nice conclusion. I don't even know what I'm fighting. Okay, fuck it. Yeah, sure. As we galloped our way back out of the Scale Gorge waterscape, we came across these leftover freaking minions ready to be demolished in wait, what? Adelius used the Ambrosial Arbor's power and created an invincible body. It's unkillable. Even I, as High Elder, remain powerless against it. The Trailblazer, if you really want to help purge this beast from the Shinsho, will have to forge a divine weapon, the life-destroying, star-shattering Blade of Truth, plus 12. Probably just to show off how powerful it is. I'll just follow Xian's script. His first drafts are usually pretty sloppy. It doesn't matter. To stand any hope of standing toe-to-toe against Matilia, there's going to be 2 parts needed to forge this star-shattering Blade of Truth. One is a hilt forged from the wood of the Ambrosial Arbor. The other is a blade forged from the embers of Rainbow's Lux Arrow, known as the Ignis Aurelae. We are at Stargazer Navalia to search for materials to craft a sword hilt. You might not be aware that the seeds used by Shinsho to grow star skiffs are of the same origin as the arbor. Using such wood to make sword hilts won't be the same as using wood straight off the arbor, but it's more than enough to defeat one mere Lord Ravager. Now then, we need some star skiff growth boosters to stimulate those seeds and give us enough material to make a hilt. It's always been a star skiff nursery here, and there should be plenty nearby. Let's take a look around and see if we can use what we've got at hand. This should be the growth booster John Doe was looking for. Let's take it back to him. It's just in a box. Okay. Did you find the growth booster? Let me taste it and see if it's any good. The top note has a faint whiff of alien perfume. This is of high quality. Next we just need a suitable starskiff seed and we'll be able to cultivate a good sword hilt. Next it's time to choose a starskiff seed from which to cultivate some good material for the sword hilt. Which is the quickest? We got 45. Probably this one. The one I'm like heading towards. Yeah, we'll go with this one. After injecting the growth booster, the High Elder sat in meditation as he performed his cloud hymn. The seed in the vessel gradually sprouted, and countless twigs converged into one, as if an invisible hand was weaving it into the shape of a hilt. Wonderful. Only a hilt made from the Ambrosial Arbor can hope to withstand the rainbow's residual power in the Ignis Aurelae, so it would not harm its wielder. Now let's head over to the Alchemy Commission. My memories from the previous life are correct. The Ignis Aurelae, which can cast a divine weapon, is stored over there. This star-shattering Blade of Truth is a divine artifact once wielded by Donphan during the sedition of Imbititor Lunae. It is said that a sword is mightier when hidden. He therefore hid the Ignis Aurelae away from potential thieves before he was imprisoned. Fortunately, I still retain memories from my previous lives and can dimly recall that Donphan has hidden a map somewhere deep in the Alchemy Commission that shows where the Ignis Aurelae is. Wait, is it in the tree? Is it not in the tree? Is it? It is near the tree. See, here's the map showing where the Ignis Aurelae is. Just track down the location shown, you'll be moments away from creating the divine weapon. The divine beast. A creature unbeknownst to my own. Can't even go that way. found it. It's that glowing little yellow thing in the middle, right? Let me go. I don't have enough points. Shit. Oh, there's no enemies. Who cares? Give me! After all these twists and turns, the Trailblazer never thought things would end up right back at the start, under the almighty Arate elixir furnace in the Alchemy Commission. The word Arate pertains to the word gold. Donfang hiding his treasure here is like hiding a tree in a forest so close and yet undiscovered for several hundred years. How do you like my little callback for this mini cliffhanger? No sooner said than done, just as the Trailblazer and John Doe were about to dive into the elixir cauldron and unearth the Ignis Array, a group of figures blocked their path. Under the orders of Master Fantilia, I hereby vow to cut you all down. She's dead, dude. How cunning. Realizing the Trailblazer and the others' unusual actions, Fantilia was planning on using the treasure as bait to lure the Nameless into his trap. Well, I mean, she's dead in this story. In this fake story. This devil is delusional. Taste the might of the Lofu Vidyadra. Taste the might of these apples.
Ah, great.
They taste delicious.
This is double speed.
Stay back, Clara. Annihilate.
Don't worry.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Stay back, Clara. Eliminating threat.
Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
Mission command. Alright. Mission command.
What's in your prescription? Look out! Time for a buzz. Who's next?
Stay back, Clara.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Time for a buzz.
Eliminating threat.
This is double speed.
The last of her minions are now dead. Wishing they were able to eat those apples. Tilly assumed dispatching crack troops would be enough to win. Little did know that today, the Trailblazer had the High Elder's support and was far stronger than before. The Antimatter Legion was routed before long and utterly annihilated without a trace. With a flick of his sleeve, the High Elder elegantly moved his hands like billowing clouds, as if communicating telepathically with the huge elixir crucible before him. A strange light burst forth from the crucible. By the way, this is where the VFX artists can add some immersive special effects, and a lump of molten brilliance coalesced like condensation forming in the air. This is the Ignis Array that would cast the star-shattering blade of truth. With the Ignis Array in hand, the next step was to forge them into one instrument. The arduous task will need a trip to the Artisan Ship Commission to borrow the creation furnace. Didn't he say he was already done with the story? Are we putting a bunch of EX missions after? It's been a rough journey, the Trailblazer, but now that everything's in hand, we can start with the business of forging this star-shattering blade of truth. There are 3 conditions we need to meet in order to forge this divine weapon, and the sacred materials we have collected so far only count as 1. The Trailblazer, do you know what the other 2 are? Jian, is this girl going to be okay on set? Totally unprofessional. It's okay, my old friend. This esteemed guest has rescued the Lofu, and naturally, she is no ordinary lay person after all. All heroes have a bit of an ego. Alright, let's continue. The two other conditions needed to create the divine weapon are right here in our artisanship commission. To say you need the right tools for the job. Without the smelting equipment and bon aqua here, creating a divine weapon would be impossible. As for the last condition, it's about how we forge the weapon. Fortunately, I still have memories from my previous life to serve us. The forging process for the divine weapon is like this. Just listen to me. Heaven rains aqua vita, flames forge veritas are, aether tilts askew, arbor sprouts anew, root bathes in imperial dew, iron grows with imperial hue, blade shatters, starscape, jade eclipse, aggro shade. Did you get all that? Hey, that's pretty picky. I didn't write this part anyway, so take up any criticism about the poetry with the author. Got it? Next, go to the depths of the Artisanship Commission and use this formula to forge the weapon. Alright, I'm ready to start forging the divine weapon. Step 1. What am I doing again? Alright, what's the next step? Step 3. Star-Shattering Blade of Truth is this weapon's old name, and it's been dragged through the mud science, the fall of the High Elder. Now that you've recast it with skill and precision, why not give it a new name too? I keep the old name. Star-Shattering Blade of Truth, slash at the stars and leave foes shattered. A grandiose and elaborate name. Star-Shattering Blade of Truth, reborn once more, settled in a trailblazer's hand, who suddenly felt invincible. With the dragon oil elixir flowing internally and the Vijadra High Elder's power protecting externally, our hero gripped onto this world-destroying divine blade, star-shattering Blade of Truth. At this time, there is only one thought in the Trailblazer's head: the Lord Ravager must be destroyed so that Shinsho can remain in peace. The two heroes plunged deep into Scale Gorge waterscape only to see a black shadow shrouding the ambrosial arbor. It's none other than the root of all evil, the one trying to overthrow the Shinsho, Fentilia. Right here, right now, was a critical moment for Fentilia to absorb Abundance's power from the ambrosial arbor. Lord Ravager sneered, reckless ants, accept your fate. The Trailblazer raised the divine weapon furiously and dropped this line. Hasta la vista, baby. Yeah. Hasta la vista, baby. That is not Fentilia.
Great.
Quite a stupid ass monkey.
Time for a buzz.
Annihilate. Mission command.
Who's next? Time for a buzz.
Mission command.
Loki, bro!
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Hide.
Time for a buzz. This is double speed. Who's next? Stay off! What's in your prescription?
Eliminating threat.
Holy lizard form! Time for a buzz.
What's happening?
Mission command.
Is that all you know is damage boost? Do you have any other ability?
This is double speed. Who's next?
Eliminating front.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Finally! What's your prescription?
Until you become a monk.
Woohoo! Yeah! Stay off!
Annihilate.
All up to them.
Mission command.
As Ventilia's body crashed to the ground, the crisis of the Shinsho Lofu came to an end for now. However, just as the Trailblazer and John Doe were getting ready to celebrate, an evil creature lurking down or deep within the depths reached out its malevolent talons. Don't worry, I've told you many times already. The battle scenes write themselves. It's fine. I'll finish them later. Hey, this was based on your description. Plants on the back, monstrously huge, ferocious. Forget it. The Trailblazer, just forget about that. Treat it as part of the artistic process. The budget for shooting Emerja would shoot through the roof if we really wanted to capture a ferocious and accurate likeness of the Lord Ravager. Yes, that's right. Don't worry about these details. I'll revise them later. I'll keep going and bring the story to its denial. Faced with an enemy of unprecedented power, what will become of the Trailblazer and the high-end elder of the Vigiadra? The next scene is our final decisive battle. Shinsho laments woe of age. Trailblazer fails sanctum of exaltation. Come on, it's just a little gimmick for the next scene's review. I'm not really going to kill you off. Finally finished it. Thank you both for your help. This script of mine is pretty much done now. Looks like I'm not needed anymore, right? I'll head off then. Remember to send us the revisions once you're done so that we can sync up. Ah, yes, definitely. As for Miss Trailblazer, you're still waiting to see me wrap up the story, right? I'll get writing immediately. I would never dream of wasting your time. Shijian begins scribbling fiercely, and this time he radiates with delight. He's probably in such good spirits because he's managed to get some cash from this IP. Shortly after, he raises his proud head and hands over the manuscript to you. Now the final scene, the epic finale of our story, has finally been completed. Shinsho laments woes of age. Trailblazer fails sanctum of exaltation. I hope you can give me some feedback once you read through. Aside from that, I have also written down some side stories of your adventures on the Shinsho. Feel free to come have a read when you have the time. Give some comments and help me include them into the legend of the Trailblazer. Hey, I almost forgot. I'm having dinner tonight with some of the playwrights from the Mellow Golden Mayor Emergent Club. Haha, maybe I really am going to make it on the big stage. I have to get home, wash up, shave, change my clothes. So much to do. See you next time. Shave what? You don't. He doesn't have a beard. But shave. What? What are you shaving? No, I don't understand. What are you shaving?
Let's take it in turns. You rest. I'll stand guard.
Storytelling is such an outdated art form.
Miss Trailblazer, I'm still fleshing out the stories in the Legend of the Trailblazer. By the way, I made a few side stories. Would you like to hear them? Can I equip both? No, I can't. Increases ally skill damage dealt by 100. Yeah, I'll go with the first one. Go with the second one. Okie doke. Am I supposed to use the trial characters? I mean, I can.
You won't get away.
Time to twirl! This big diamond, it's all yours!
You won't get away.
Time to twirl!
You won't get away.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Time to twirl! Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
You won't get away.
Time to twirl! Time to twirl! Barely felt it. What's in your prescription?
You won't get away.
Time to twirl! This big diamond, it's all yours! Time to twirl! Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
You won't get away.
Time to twirl!
You won't get
Oh,
away.
I only get 3 turns to do this. Can't be 3 turns. It's gotta be 4
Humanity
turns.
never conceals its desire to control the heavens,
It's like
and I'm
5.
no exception.
Time to twirl!
Oh,
You won't
hell.
get away.
Time to twirl! Time to twirl! This big diamond, it's all yours!
The turns just
You
don't
won't
start.
get away.
Time
Really
to
worked
twirl!
on Halo. Wait, that's not Halo, that's Herda. Wow.
Humanity never conceals its
Herda
desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Time to twirl!
Dude, wow. So stupid.
You won't get away.
Time to twirl!
Am I supposed to just
This big diamond, it's
really just kill
all
as many
yours!
as I can?
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
You won't get away.
Is that the answer? It says I have
Time to twirl!
41,000. So I'm assuming that's the case.
Who's next? Time to twirl!
This is different, I guess. How much damage can I do with trial characters and non-trial characters?
You won't get away.
Time to twirl!
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Time to twirl!
Satellites.
This big diamond, it's all yours! Time to twirl! What's in your prescription? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
You should be very down right
Who's next?
You won't get away.
gotta be good. Limited time rewards. Legend of the Trailblazer. Oh yay, goody, I get to read. And by reading, I can get a reward. Alright, Chapter 1, The Calamity Ensnares the Commission of Alchemy. And the Alchemy Commission was plagued with threats, eternal and external. The Disciples of Sanctus Medicus, a group I didn't really give two shits about when I came here, were wreaking havoc within, while abominations in the Ambrosial Arbor loomed beyond. Seeing the crisis, the Trailblazer yet laughed loudly at the companions behind them, the heroes who were confused as to the reason of the laughter. And the Trailblazer calmly explained, I laugh at the folly of these abominations of abundance and at idiocy of the master, the Disciples of Sanctus Medicus. Bailu cupped their hands in praise. My sister, you couldn't have said it better. I have heard of your fierce battle against the Ruined Legion on Yaliloi 6. Even with the help of the Doomsday Beast, the Legion could not escape an overwhelming defeat, and now these abominations and demons have schemed and plotted, yet the best they could summon was an Ebon deer that stands no chance against a mighty warrior such as you. The companions exchanged smiles, their morale renewed afresh. At this moment of high spirits, they heard a whooshing sound in the distance. The Disciples of Sanctus Medicus wielded colossal crossbows, firing a steady stream of projectiles in a play to catch the companions off guard. Sealy casually caught the flying arrows and tossed them back to their owners. Screams and screeches rose in tandem, for these dishonorable scoundrels were now having a taste of their own medicine. Himiko and Herta looked at each other and instantly shared the same thought. We must not let others look down on the two of us. Then they worked their internal chi, made a double jump on the air to fly up, and pounced on the enemy. Of course, the chaos that ensued is another story altogether. Nice. Cool. On to number 2. Alright, we can get 3 of these. Now his HP is reduced. Let's go with this. Alright, allies max HP increased by 150. Let's go with attack. Great. No. Attack. And go with that one. Alright, cool. Two characters I don't even have. Cool. I don't have Himiko either, but besides the point. They should work well together. Oh, there's two DPSs on the field, so I don't know how that's gonna go.
The fight is set.
Jeez. Some for me, would you?
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
That's the only reason Blade is better, is because he's AoE.
Only a scratch.
Bloom. Failed to stand you. The dead return!
could have brought another unit. That was damage.
Who's next? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
The dead return! Savor it for me.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
The dead return! Savor it for me.
Damn.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
The dead return! Savor it for me.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Fail to set you. The dead return! Savor it for me. Repay.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
The dead return! Savor it for me.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Your end approaches.
And we hit 40 again. On the last.
What's in your prescription? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
The dead return! Savor it for me. Receive divinity.
Damn, I'm almost hit.
Repay.
Oh, no.
Fail to set you.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Very close to hitting 50. 49k. Good battle. It was said that the ebon deer had a hide of iron and hooves of bronze, pervious to a sword and spear. Its eyes glowed like burning lamps, and its cry whistled through the air like the wailing of a terrible ghost. Any ordinary person who encountered such a monster will surely be scared out of their wits. The Trailblazer and her companions, however, were not fazed in the least. Esteemed audience, can you guess why? Because the four heroes in the story each have their own special abilities and unique skills, and the fighting spirit and endurance to match. Defeating the wicked beast of abundance was but a moment's effort to our heroes, for it is said that Luosha stood 8 feet tall and spanned 8 feet across the waist. So he's a giant? When they lowered their head to look down upon the Ibondir, it was akin to a giant looking at a child. They had cultivated their martial skills to perfection. The sharpest of blades are futile against such a person. Seeing that its antlers could not gore the hero, the deer stomped its bronze hooves on the ground with a howl, and branches of the ambrosial arbor sprouted out in all directions, firmly wrapping around Losha's limbs. For a time, the two were at a standstill. It was at this moment that Blade entered the melee. They raised their giant fists, the size of an automaton's hands, and pounded relentlessly. The monster's hide was thick, but a moment had not passed before the shock from Blade's heavy blows delivered grave internal injuries, and blood flowed from its nostrils. As most can guess, internal injuries don't always have external manifestations. Though there was nary a scratch on the skin of the beast, its insides were already beaten to a rotten pulp. The Ibondir would not last more than a few years with such wounds, but the Trailblazer knew well such a monstrosity, though mortally wounded, could not be allowed to roam freely and terrorize the citizenry. With a gesture from her, Seelie sprung into action, the sword in their hands, spinning as it dispatched the vines grappling Losha. With a flash of the sword and flick of the wrist, Bailu dashed straight towards the enemy and sent the Ibondir to the ground with just one blow. As it turned out, the beast was susceptible to fire, and Bailu was a seasoned fire user. No, she's not. Quick as lightning, yeah. This monster that had stricken fear in countless clouds, knights fell to the ground at the hands of our heroes, never to rise again. Alright, cool. On to chapter 3. Alright, so when an enemy target is defeated, there's a 6% chance, a fixed chance to inflict the same DOT as the defeated target on other enemy targets. Oh, we can test out dots. Sure. Do that one. Do this one. Alright, cool. Setup. Bring in Sampo. Bring in Serval. And start the challenge.
That's it. Keep up. You can fight it or rock with it. Who's next? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Let's rock.
To betray my customers, I charge extra.
That's it. You can fight it or rock with it. What's in your prescription? Turn it up.
DOTs, baby.
Who's next? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
To betray my customers, I charge extra.
Keep up. You can fight it or rock with it. Who's next? Disappear among the sea of butterflies.
Visions of the past!
See, but not over!
Serval died, damn.
To betray my customers, I charge extra.
And that's another S rank. It was said that the High Elder John Doe was the living embodiment of nature's pinnacle and the breathing epitome of heaven's zenith, and was set by divine destiny to be born in the mortal world. The Trailblazers reckon a diamond must be cut and polished before it can shine. Without a wise teacher and good friends, John Doe could well join the dark side and follow in the footsteps of the predecessor Imbiter Lune. Though the Trailblazer had no blood relation to the High Elder, they had the responsibility to raise the High Elder, and so she summoned their 4 companions to inquire about educational strategies, desires of giving a bright future to the young High Elder John Doe. Sampo said, "Is the future leader of the Vidyadhra. If he has not mastered the art of warfare and combat, how can he live up to the mandate of the heaven or claim earthly glory by war? How will he maintain his power over his people? I hear that General Jing Wang excels in the art of war and is the sword champion's disciple. Why not ask the general to be the teacher?" Serval said that won't do. How can the cultivation of an outstanding person be confined to slaughter? What about Lady Fushuan, Master Diviner of the Divination Commission, the one also known as Omnisara Spares None? She is a genius at tactics and strategy, and also literate and eloquent to a fault. She even possesses the hobby of desiring to be everyone's teacher. If Master Diviner Fu can be the teacher, John Doe will become adept in the ways of the cosmos and of worldly affairs. Celia shook their head heavily. It's said you need a famous teacher to train a great student. How can a hero be cultivated by such mediocre characters? If I may offer a better suggestion, I have caught wind that there is a certain genius named Madame Herta whose space station orbits the blue. She has even gained the favor of Nos the Wisdom Walker and reached the level of becoming their emanator. Her domain, the space station, is home to 72 sages, 3,000 researchers, and more curious than could ever be counted. The Trailblazer could inform Herta that John Doe is a curio from far across the stars and ask for her audience this way. When you meet her, convince her with rarity and appeal to her with cuteness that would surely pique Madame Herta's curiosity and make her eager to become John Doe's teacher. Ailu sat and pondered deeply with her eyes downcast, and after a few moments looked up and said, "As the old saying goes, he who dwells with the virtuous will become virtuous, he who dwells with the wicked will become wicked. I heard that on Yalilos the Sixth there is a child named Pitch Dark Hook the Great, who is wise beyond her years. She even recruited persons of upstanding character to form a gallant group called the Moles. Being tutored by an adult would surely spoil John Doe's childlike innocence and simplicity. Why not entrust him to the Moles and let him grow into his own person in a natural way, spending his childhood in careless play? So what does the Trailblazer think? When it comes to preschool education, aren't the Moles the best? After all, the Moles are supercalifragil... Are you serious? You just pulled a freaking Mary Poppins on me? After hearing everyone's eager contributions of nonsense, the Trailblazer firmly believed that with the combined efforts of their companions and John Doe's innate talent, they would surely be able to raise John Doe as an outstanding High Elder of the Vidyadhra. That one. Go with this one. That one. Come on. This is probably going to be exactly like the first.
What do you...
You won't get away.
Time to twirl! This big diamond! It's
Since I got
all
more
yours!
boosts.
You won't get away.
Time to twirl!
You won't get away.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Time to twirl!
You won't get away.
Time to twirl! Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Time to twirl!
You won't get away.
Time to twirl!
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Time to twirl! Time to twirl! This big diamond! It's all yours!
You won't get away.
Time to twirl!
You won't get away.
Time to twirl!
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Time to twirl! Time to twirl!
Alright, 40K.
On my mark. Here stands the
Still
storming
4
guard.
turns. Gonna get Nemesis. Is that
Your prescription! Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
You won't get away.
Time to twirl! Time to twirl! This big diamond! It's all yours!
You won't get away.
Time to twirl!
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Time to twirl! Who's next? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
You won't get away. You won't get away.
I'm thinking it
Time to twirl!
would like 7,
This big diamond!
5,000.
It's all
5,000.
yours!
Safe score will be like 75,000.
You won't get away.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Time to twirl! I won't break. This big diamond! It's all yours!
You won't get away.
Time to twirl! Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Time to twirl! What's in your prescription? Who's next? Time to twirl! This big diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl!
I only got 67. That was close. It was off by 8,000. I mean, in records terms, that's still a lot, but... Oh, hey, look, I got all 4 for that one. Oh, there's a scene 6. There's still 2 more scenes. Alright. After the Trailblazer completed the trial and found the dragon egg under the guidance of the wise Vidyadhara spirits, John Doe descended and subsequently provided powerful support for the group. The people often saw a heroic and dashing girl carrying out justice together with an adorable child who wielded a long lance and stood floating on fortuitous clouds. This hero also joined hands with many a valiant leader on the Lofu and beyond, determined to eradicate the disciples of Sanctus Medicus and the evil of the Ambrosial Arbor. One day, the Trailblazer and John Doe came to Scale Gorge waterscape and gazed there upon the shimmering waters of the vast ancient sea, like a drop of imperial jade, where all things that ever were are lost to the billowing waves. It should be known that the Vidyadhara are born from the ancient sea. To the ancient sea they are destined to return. The sight of their old home filled John Doe with elation, and they could hardly wait to put down the lance and tie their red silk sash at their waist and go frolic at the water's edge. Being of the dragon race, visiting the water gives the Vidyadhara quietude, clarity, and even epiphany. The young High Elder began playing with their red silk sash in the sea, enjoying the water as if it were second nature. However, it unintentionally started to cast a cloud hymn, its magical notes stirring this heavenscape into gloomy darkness and lifting giant waves into the air. The abominations hiding nearby could not endure the relentless barrage, and they came out in droves, expecting to face the wrath of an earth-shattering giant. Instead, they saw a small child, and they were filled with an unbottomable rage. This small child is already capable of such feats. How can we hope to survive when they are fully grown? And when these fiends born from the arbor showed their claws and approached John Doe, vowing to exterminate the hatchling right there and then, the Trailblazer rose up and anxiously to protect the young one, shouting, "Harm not my child." Yet John Doe remained calm and composed and simply shouted, "Part." With the raising of John Doe's red sash, the tides of Scale Gorge waterscape moved as though they were alive, obeying the command to part and never to close back. The abominations, with their murderous fury, were all pulled into the bottomless ravine between the waters. Even their bones were torn out of existence. Jeez. And if any of you have the opportunity to visit Scale Gorge waterscape, the tide that parted and never closed back is a living testament to the unfathomable power of this little Vidyadhara. Alright. What do I want to put on here?
Your end approaches. Savor it for me. Receive divinity. The dead return! Savor it for me. The dead return! Savor it for me.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Savor it for me.
Who's next? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
The dead return! Savor it for me.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Savor it for me. Too little. Nothing major. The dead return! Savor it for me. Receive divinity. Repay. Fail to send you.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
The fight is set. Savor it for me. Nothing major. Move. Fail to send you.
Who's next?
Savor it for me. The dead return! Savor it for me.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Who's next?
Savor it for me. Nothing major. The dead return! Savor it for me. Receive divinity. Repay. Savor it for me.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Too little. Fail to send you. Nothing Your end approaches. Savor it for me. The dead return! Fail to send you. Savor it for me. Move.
That's that. Get the reward for that. On to the next exciting chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to know that when a divine weapon takes shape, it is often heralded by extraordinary signs. Mountains crumble. Oh, mountains crumble. Rivers run dry, and blood-soaked rain accompanies the wailing of ghosts. Without such phenomena, its divine nature would not be revealed. through countless hardships, the Trailblazer had forged star-shattering blade of truth. As it emerged into the world, the heavens and earth grew solemn, delves trembled, and the balance of the meridian pin faltered. Whether it be the craftsmasters of the Artisan Commission or the plants and trees of the Alchemy Commission, all sentient beings, with or without emotions, rejoice at the birth of this weapon capable of vanquishing Lord Ravagers. Yet they also keenly sense the profound death and destruction it will bring forth in the future. At this moment, sorrow filled the hearts of plants and trees, and tears flew from young and old alike. Even the renowned master Gong Shu, who was accustomed to witnessing the creation of exceptional weapons, couldn't help but exclaim when he sensed the murderous aura emanating from the divine weapon. In the current ranking of the armaments of Shinshou, star-shattering blade of truth deserves to be at the forefront. The Trailblazer was intrigued by his words and asked, "I am but a simple and ignorant one. Pray tell, good sir, if there may be talk of an armament ranking, surely there must be other marvels of weaponry aboard the Shinshou that are worthy of my attention. When it comes to divine armament and marvels of weaponry, I am indeed the expert. Allow me to share some insights with the young heroine. In terms of sheer power, it is undoubtedly the Devastator glaive wielded by General Jingwang. This weapon was crafted from the remnants of the Lux arrow, which was shot by the rainbow to extinguish the embers of fallen stars. It weighs a staggering 13,500 caddies. When held in the general's hand, it may appear like an ordinary Cloud Knight's glaive of moderate length, but when unleashed in its full glory, held by the divine Empyrean summoned by the general, this weapon defies heaven and the earth. A single strike has the power to sunder mountains and cleave peaks. When it comes to sapience, the foremost recommendation is the spherical astrolabe wielded by the esteemed master diviner. This wondrous artifact resembles a wheel, constant rotating. Embedded within it are 108 jade abaci. Attuned to the profound patterns of the matrix of prescience, it can divine fortunes and evil, discern auspicious and ominous signs, and unveil the most prudent courses of action. Truly it is a brilliant beacon illuminating the nebulous mysteries of pasts and futures. A treasure indeed. Comes to precision, there is only one that stands out: the bow of spirit wielded by Madame Yukong, the helm master of the Skyfaring Commission. When the bowstring is drawn, it becomes one with the archer, guiding the darting arrows unerringly to their targets, piercing hearts with every shot. Upon hearing this, the Trailblazer was filled with joy. So many awe-inspiring marvels of weaponry are aboard the Shinshou, and yet none of them are put to good use. You see, they are a gift to the foes of evil. Why not use these weapons? One does not simply lock away their precious. Why not lend them to me and my friends to deal with the disciples of Sanctus Medicus and drive away the ruined region? These weapons of power in hand, it would just be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? At this point of the story, I'm seriously finding it difficult to continue. If I boast too much about the weapons on Luofu, it would actually imply that their masters have been spectators and didn't want to do any work throughout the whole affair. How can I possibly make that narrative work and tie it all together? Well, I forget it, young lady. I can't continue this script, so I'll just put my signature on it and give it to you. Consider it a collector's item. Treasure it. Reach 10,000 points to get the last scene. Okay. Wait, so who's writing the last scene? Me? Alright, DOTs. Attack. Yep. And yep. Oh, there we go. Haha. Alright.
To betray my customers, I charge extra.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. You bully! Who's next? Keep up!
To betray my customers, I charge extra.
Turn it up! You can fight it, or rock with it! Who's next?
To betray my customers, I charge extra.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. You can fight it, or rock with it. The show must go on. Who's next? I can still fight.
So even when we died, it still counted. Okay. I will take it. Cool. And then we read the last fucking one. Though Ventilia, the master premise of all evil, was eliminated, the ambrosial arbor it poisoned was on the verge of losing control. This towering plant sprouted rapidly, and the abominations of abundance hiding in its branches and veins poured into the human realm as they gained bodies of corporeal flesh and blood. The Trailblazer knew that, should the ambrosial arbor be allowed to grow to its full, the Shinsho Lofu shall be reduced to a ship of the dead. Faced with veritable tsunamis of abomination of abundance, the Trailblazers signaled the band of heroes to retreat while providing cover for them. At the precipitous moment, she yelled, "I'll be back," like a lightning bolt that slammed into the ground. The light that exploded out of a star-shattering blade of truth engulfed all, stabbing toward and tearing apart the ambrosial arbor, destroying the very sky itself. For a moment, the ground toppled and the sky trembled in the Shinsho's countless delves, as if the rainbow had returned to shoot down stars, as if the death of the divine woods sent up a catalytic dust storm. The clouds dissipated a few days later, and the Shinsho returned to peace. The Cloud Knights guarding the arbor sought unceasingly for the Trailblazer, and yet could not find a single trace of them. Just like the imperial epiphany of the rainbow, when General Jingwang heard the news, he could not help but lament and shed tears worthy for a hero. However, though the general was wise, he did not divine that legendary characters such as the Trailblazer will never die in the company of demons and crown. Blessed by the Cloud Strider, the Trailblazer had already left the devastation and quietly started on a new hero's journey. The ruined legion still ravages the starry seas, and the worlds waiting for salvation are endless. The legend of the heroes of the Trailblaze continues on. As it said, serene was the Shinsho, free from harm. Quiet was the palace, rich in charm, until the demons breached the gate, leaving the palace bloodied by fate. Then comes a heroine, tall and strong, flesh and iron 7 feet long. Even evil minions fall to her might. Under her staff they bleed in flight. Mounting the clouds, she pursues all foes. Riding the dragon, she purges all woes. Towards the sky, she splits through. Onto the arbor, she strikes true. Great. Story cannot be changed after claiming continue to... Yeah, it's fine. I now have the whole book. Yippee! Great! Don't have to do this anymore.
From inside the pilot house.
There are people who like it. Who cares what...
Is this Yukong's mission? Did say I'd do that one next. Got a new message. Hello? The Trailblazer, you don't happen to be at Stargazer Navalia right now, are you? Yeah, so? You just happen to be handling some stuff here. That's great. I saw on Cycrane system that you were nearby. There's an important task I need your help with. It's really urgent. The Exalting Sanctum Sky Dome malfunctioned half an hour ago. It was probably caused by the unusual yin-yang phenomenon from Ambrosio Arbor. Hey! Let me... You! Stop typing! Oh my god, I'm going to reach my hand into this screen and smack you. Where was I? Unusual yin-yang phenomenon from Ambrosio Arbor's new growth. The technical details are complicated, so I won't elaborate. In short, one district has a serious problem, and it's about to explode. The entire Lofu has yet to fully recover from all the chaos, and there's no one available to handle this emergency. Fortunately, there's an office worker in the Skyfaring Commission who jumped on a star skiff and flew to the Sky Dome to carry out an emergency fix. But that star skiff also broke down during the rescue, probably due to the yin-yang phenomenon again, and lost contact over Stargazer Navalia. It may have been forced to land or even crash. I've already informed the Cloud Knights to send reinforcements ASAP, but 1 second can mean the difference between life and death for this kind of thing. Can you folks please go take a look at first? Where's the crash site? Where did the star stiff crash? Still trying to find out. Your friend, Mr. Yang, is also nearby. I've already contacted him. Anyways, try to find a vantage point in Stargazer Navalia and use a Psycrane to locate the star skiff. I'm counting on you folks. Also, this office worker is a bit special. I implore you both to do everything in your power to save her life. Right. Okay. Wait, no.
Looks like there's smoke rising in the distance. Miss Chikwe sent us a Psycrane. See if you can get an aerial visual. This is an emergency. We need to find where the star skiff crashed as soon as possible.
You got it, buddy. Looking for a star skiff. Is this it? No? Yes? Identify? Search target. Am I just stupid? Is this the star skiff? Yes or no?
We found it. Looks like the pilot isn't inside. If they escaped before it came down, they should still be nearby.
I love how, like, I'm now just controlling a bird, and now it's like a feature of the game at this point. I don't think it was in the game before. Kind of boring. Where is this freaking bird? Oh, there she is.
There. That must be who Miss Chikwe asked us to save. We need to hurry. Those abominations have trapped her. Be careful.
You got it, buddy. So what, she's over here? Wait, no, she's not over there. She's down this way. Call for the elevator! You don't see me. I don't exist. that's right. I don't exist.
Get back, you demons! I'm not afraid of you. Stay away!
If you're not afraid of them, why are you on a freaking box? If you're not afraid of them, fight them.
Hey, get out of here! It's too dangerous! Go get someone from the Skyfaring Commission. Tell them Qing Ni is in trouble.
Don't worry, Miss Cheney. We've been in worse danger.
Stay back, Clara. Are you all right? Stay back, Clara.
Time for a fun. This is double speed.
Hide.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Time for a fun. Who's next?
Look out! Help me, Mr. Sora!
Mission Command. Are you all right? Mission Command. Stay back, Clara. Annihilate.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
What's in your prescription?
Stay back, Clara.
Who's next?
You bully!
This is double speed.
Hide.
Help me, Mr. Sora!
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
There are too many monsters. Let's hold out for a little longer. The Cloud Knights should be here soon.
Just run! These monsters can't get up here anytime soon.
No can do, Miss Chingni. We're not abandoning you.
I mean, I would, but they wouldn't. So, Mr. Yank, let's get out of here, this bitch.
You two have held out long enough. Help is at hand.
Let's see Yukong in action. Let's go.
Cloud Knights, formation! Prepare to engage! Hold on, Qing. We're coming to get you!
Or not.
What a headache. Time for a fun.
Eliminating threat. Stay back, Clara.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Look out!
Are you all right? Stay back, Clara.
This is double speed. Time for a fun.
What's in your prescription?
Eliminating threat.
Help me, Mr. Sora!
Mission Command.
Who's next?
Mission Command.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
This is double speed.
Stay back, Clara. Are you alright? Stay back, Clara. Mission command. Mission command. Annihilate. Are you alright? Stay back, Clara. Stay back, Clara. Are you alright? Stay back, Clara.
Is everyone okay?
What's in your prescription? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. You bully!
This is double speed.
Jeez, that's ridiculous.
Who's next? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Time for a fun.
What's in your prescription? Who's next?
Time for a fun. This is double speed.
Who's next? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Oh, at least I still got my healer. For I don't know how long.
What's in your prescription?
Stop calling in more wolves, you piece of shit.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
This is double speed.
Who's next? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Survive with only 18 health? Holy hell. Cleansing the area of the abomination the Cloud Knights rescued the trap girl.
I didn't know the Hellmaster of the Skyfaring Commission dealt with situations like this in person.
Indeed. I should be reviewing files in the Palace of Astrum. However, Jing Ni decided to put herself in danger and trouble our esteemed guests with her safety. As her mother, I couldn't sit idly by.
You're her mother?
Jing Ni, have you thanked your benefactors yet?
Wait, why are you calling us benefactors?
Thank you, benefactors.
No need, Miss Chingni.
Do they all
It
call
was
us
nothing.
benefactors? Yeah, there's probably some that just call us and I didn't notice that.
You Astral Express trailblazers have outstanding manners, but your allegories are a little odd. The It was because of both of you that Qingni escaped unscathed. Words cannot express my gratitude. In fact, by way of thanks, I'd like to invite you to the Palace of Astrum for tea. It is about time we knew each other.
The feeling is mutual, Lady Yukong. We would be honored.
Then, for now, I will excuse myself. Qingni's irresponsible actions caused much trouble for the two of you. Allow me to apologize once again on her behalf.
You always do this, Mother. Scold me before figuring out what actually happened. It was a dire situation. I was the only one who could...
You promised me, Qingni. We shall discuss this when we return. Please excuse us, benefactors. I look forward to our meeting.
I didn't know Yukong had that side to her. You have a unique way of putting things. But you're not wrong. Appearances seemingly tell us little about the lives of the Xianzhou's leaders, no matter how long those lives may have been. Yukong's inner worries and concerns came to the surface in the presence of her daughter. Only then was it clear that she, too, is somebody's mother. Yes. After all, I know what it's like to worry over a kid's homework and whether their lunch is healthy enough. But there's something I don't understand. Yes, Qingni piloted a star skiff without permission and put herself in danger, but she meant well. Nevertheless, Yukong's reaction suggests that there was something more. Anyway, let's head over to the Palace of Astrum. Best not to keep Yukong waiting. Let's avoid sudden exclamations like that once we're in the palace. Remember, this is no field trip. We're having tea with the Helm Master of the Skyfaring Commission. We'll need to act with diplomatic decorum. All right, let's head out before it gets late.
Let's take it in turns. You rest. I'll stand guard.
Why won't you listen to me?
Because it's my life!
Yeah, I can hear you from the front door. What are you guys arguing about?
You know I have the talent to make it. I can become the Luofu's best pilot, just like you were.
Talent? You'd be dead if it weren't for those two travelers. Do you think stealing a star skiff and taking to the skies is a show of talent? What about being trapped by abominations? Did you at any moment think about what I would feel if something happened to you? Do you know how many people dream of a relaxing desk job at the Skyfaring Commission? You promised me to work responsibly in your post. Not only have you broken the Skyfaring Commission's regulations, you've broken your promise to me.
I already told you. I had no choice.
Some family affairs going on
I
here.
want to help you and the Skyfaring Commission, not sit at my desk dealing with never-ending papers. That job doesn't suit me. I got the highest grade in the fighter pilot test. They all said I was a genius, like you. Like mother, like daughter. They were all jealous of me. But no one even knew I had to take the test behind your back. You would never have allowed me to go if I told you about it.
Behind my back? Do you really think you could have walked into the test and sat in the cockpit if I hadn't given my permission behind the scenes?
Oh.
As for genius, don't mention that word to me again. Why do you insist on becoming a pilot? Don't understand.
And I don't understand why you don't understand. Why can anyone in the world become a fighter pilot except the Helm Master's daughter? Don't you realize how ridiculous that is? You may not want to fly anymore, but don't trap me down here with you.
Qingni, where are you going?
To probably go fly. Go fly a kite.
I'm sorry you had to witness this.
Apologies, Madam Yukong. We should have given you some time.
On the contrary, I apologize for allowing my own personal matters to encroach on your time.
We don't intend to pry into private business, Helmmaster Yukong. But if there's anything we can help with, please don't hesitate to ask.
Family issues, I'm afraid. You probably heard a thing or two just now. Despite my earnest wish that she continue in her post, Qingni is fixated on becoming a fighter pilot. I may seem overbearing, but the situation she gets herself into sent a shiver up my tail. It's funny, isn't it? I've seen every disaster imaginable, from the abundance axis to a living planet. I thought I'd forgotten what fear was, but when I fought alongside you, I realized there are still things that can terrify me. I'm sorry. Talking about such vexing matters is unbecoming in front of guests. I invited you here to gain a better understanding of the Express, not bore you with these trivialities. Oh, I prepared refreshments for you. Please, you must try this excellent whale-tide spring.
So things didn't get off to a great start. Everyone enjoyed this meeting with Yukong.
Please accept these gifts as thanks for saving my daughter. I'd heard that the Nameless had traversed the Starry Sea, but I wasn't prepared for how much I could learn from you.
Well, I'd heard from members of the Skyfaring Commission that you were a top-tier pilot, Madam Yukong, and an ace among the Cloud Knights. Now that I've seen you in action, I know the rumors were true. I hope to witness your flying ability for myself one day. We'll head off now. The Commission must be busy. I look forward to our next meeting, Madam Yukong.
On my flying ability, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Mr. Yang. The sky no longer suits me.
You two, please, wait! Thank you for saving me, benefactors. And I'm sorry you had to witness all that. So you've experienced it yourself, benefactor. That's great. I mean, I'm happy I finally found someone who can understand me. But I've had the hairpin ceremony. I'm an adult now. I have the right to pursue my dreams. Mom still insists on sheltering me under her wing, as if I can't even stay alive without her.
Miss Qingni, these are family matters. I'm not sure it's my place to comment. However, in my personal experience, becoming a parent often means we become obstinate. To erode a rock, one must be patient and persistent, like water. What I mean to say is, instead of trying to prove yourself suddenly, perhaps you could demonstrate your ability to look after yourself methodically, over time. Don't you think, Miss Qingni?
My mom is actually a reasonable person, but she gets unreasonable as soon as I mention flying. She hid my Starskiff toys, dragged me away from the port when I stayed behind to count ships, forced me to study for ages. I did everything I could to work my way into the Skyfaring Commission. But she used her authority to assign me a desk job. Every time I walk along Star Watcher Avenue and look up at those ships flying freely across the sky, I feel empty inside. Speaking of empty inside, so how were Mom's refreshments? Good? I've been so angry today I forgot to eat anything. How about this? My mom thanked you guys with refreshments, so I should do the same. Let me take you around Starskiff Haven. We can try the most authentic snack on the Lafu. we're here. The thing about the most authentic snack on the Cienjo Lafu is it's a drink, and it's inside this vending machine. No, it's a local specialty, trust me. Here, mung bean soda. 1 can each. This thing has a bit of a unique flavor, but I love it.
Let me try. A nostalgic experience.
Oh, is there a drink like this where you're from?
No, this reminds me of when I first boarded the Express and forced myself to drink Himiko's coffee, and how my taste buds never fully recovered.
Are you allergic?
How is it? Bearable?
Yeet.
Don't worry. I choked the first time too. Have a few more sips. It takes a while for the unique flavor to, work.
Why'd she say unique flavor?
But I guess not everyone can accept what I like. Just like flying.
Oh, shut up. Stop talking about flying.
Well, don't force yourself. Let's go somewhere else. Ooh, I know a really great place in Starskiff Haven to Starskiff watch.
You know, there are a lot of mung bean soda moments in life. If you don't try, you won't know. Unique experiences are often a product of risky choices.
Tell that to my mom. Her #1 life lesson is, you can't turn back once you enter the sky. Pilots are always dancing with death. I know she's right. I know being a fighter pilot is an exhausting and dangerous job, but I still want to fly among the stars. To fight for the Cienjo Alliance across the vast galaxy.
Why are you so dedicated to that idea, Miss Jingni?
Have you heard of the Foxian birth fate tradition? Soon after a child is born, we surround them with items that represent future destinies. If the child reaches for a jade abacus, then they'll grow up to be a diviner. If they reach for a sword, then they'll grow up to be a famous warrior. And if they reach for a toy star skiff,
They'll become a toy salesman. No.
that's right. Mom reached for the star skiff and showed a natural talent for flying. General Jing Yuan recruited her to the Cloud Knights as soon as she was old enough. That's how she became a fighter pilot. Later, she achieved miracles. One time, she destroyed 3 beast ships in a hail of Barisan anti-aircraft fire. Like an arrow tearing through a thunderstorm. She also holds the Skyfaring Commission records for speed and enemy vessels destroyed. I'm proud to be Madame Yukong's daughter. I've wanted to become a legend like her for as long as I can remember.
I can imagine. A parent is often a child's first hero, and their image can influence their whole life.
She never told me any of those stories herself. And she hasn't piloted a star skiff since the 3rd Denizens of Abundance War. She doesn't even bring up her military achievements. I used to watch her fly when I was young. Then one time, I stole a star skiff and I tried all kinds of difficult maneuvers. Turns out I was as talented as she was. Not only did I survive the flight, my landing was perfect. I remember feeling so happy when they took me to see my mom. There I was boasting about the flight, expecting her to laugh, pat my head, say, "That's my girl," or something. But boy, I've never seen her so scary. I admit, I deserve to be punished. You can't let a kid get away with stealing a star skiff. But my mom was angry about more than that. She was angry because I viewed her as a role model. Because I had the same talent as her. I don't understand it.
Parents never want their children to be in danger. I think I can understand, Madam Yukong.
But flying is the only thing I want to do. I've already touched the sky.
You receives a message and found that she reads it.
It's Mom's secretary, Miss Sequay. She just sent me a message. Mom lost one of her trinkets in Stargazer Navalia when she came to save me. Miss Sequay suggested I find the trinket and return it to Mom. Said it might help me get back in her good books.
In Stargazer Navalia? Let's go with you and have a look.
Is it really okay to bother you two again?
Indeed.
You're two kind benefactors. I'll treat you to something better than mung bean soda next time. The fight with the abominations was pretty chaotic. I think Mom's trinket would have dropped around here.
Do you know what it looks like, Miss Qingni?
Let me think. It should be a little square thing. She's usually got something like that on her.
This is your area of expertise. Your powers of perception are impressive, that's all. I think you're the right person for the job.
Come on, are you kidding? It's a trinket, remember? You think my mom would carry this with her?
It's a beautiful vase, though. What an intricate pattern. Isn't that the divine beast fortune pattern?
You're so smart, Mr. Yang.
Well, I only recently found out about it. A Devastator glaive? Is this from the battle? There were a lot of Cloud Knights.
No. This is only a replica. Probably some kind of film prop. A bird cage. Huh. That reminds me. Have you guys heard of the birds that live in the Everhunt Plains? They have beautiful feathers, but you can't domesticate them. They don't live long if you lock them in a cage. Makes sense. How could a bird that's known the sky live in a cage?
Well, this is too big for a trinket.
Mom always carries this trinket around with her, but I never realized there was something inside. Is this the hunt crest? This is what pilots hang in their Starskiff cockpits for good luck.
It must be very close to Helmmaster Yukong's heart. Let's head back, Miss Qingni. I think you should return this trinket in person. This is an opportunity for the two of you to talk.
Not yet. I want to go back later. There's something I hope you two can help me with first.
If you want us to help you persuade your mother, I'm afraid that could be difficult. It's not easy to solve a family dispute as an outsider.
No, you misunderstand. I just want to know what she's thinking. What turned an ace pilot, someone who loved to fly, into someone like her? My mom clearly misses her flying days. Otherwise, she wouldn't keep this on her person. But she doesn't fly anymore and refuses to let me become a fighter pilot. Why?
Maybe we can ask some people who might know the truth. Well, the General's been busy at the seat of Divine Foresight recently. We might not get to see him right away. Still, it's worth a try. He was the one who promoted Helm Master Yukong. He probably knows more about her past than anyone.
General Jing Yuan? Are you sure it's okay to go straight to him? Oh, right. You're the General's guests. Even so, this is asking a lot of you.
No problem. If we can get to the bottom of why Helm Master Yukong no longer flies, we might be able to find out why she doesn't want you to be a fighter pilot. We can't help you too directly, but an indirect conversation like this might give us a clue on how to convince your mother. Yes, leave it to us.
In that case, thank you so much, benefactors. I'll head back to Starskip Haven. I'm not ready to return to the Skyfaring Commission yet.
Let's take it in turns. You rest. I'll stand guard.
Mr. Yang, and you? What brings you to the seat of Divine Foresight this time?
It's nothing urgent. We were hoping to understand Helm Master Yukong a little better.
Yukong? I heard an office worker from the Skyfaring Commission flew a star skiff to assist in the present crisis, but ran into trouble herself. She was only saved thanks to a couple of travelers. On behalf of the Law Fu, you have my thanks once again. The seat of Divine Foresight heard that Yukong's seldom seen but often feared temper was on display. I believe the two of you were caught between mother and daughter.
We heard that Helm Master Yukong was an outstanding pilot, but that she refuses to let her daughter embark on the same career.
Yukong herself is best placed to answer such questions. But naturally, you are here because you fear that Helm Master Yukong would decline to answer. If you wish to dispel Miss Qingni's curiosity, perhaps we can take a small step back from the topic at hand. What do you wish to know about Yukong the pilot? Did Qingni tell you any of this? It all serves to remind me. A long time ago, a young Foxian girl, charged by the Knights with a high-speed flight violation, was brought before me as punishment. Now, She's the Madam Helmmaster. My equal. If I were to turn back the sands of time and try to convince my past self that the little girl in front of me would one day become a wise and experienced Helmmaster, I would have probably never have believed it. The Yukong of the past was nothing like she is now, spending her days surrounded by documents at her desk. She was a flaming wind. The only one who could ever calm her was her comrade. Yes, large fighter starskiffs need to be operated in pairs. One pilot takes the helm, the other controls the turrets. The legend of the ace fighter pilot is incomplete without the ace gunner. Yukong's partner was Sai, both at the controls and behind the turret. Sai was like a cold blade, efficient, decisive, unfeeling when she had to be. It's hard to imagine such contrasting personalities working in perfect harmony. As I mentioned, the campaign inflicted heavy losses on the Xianzhou Air Force. This is a divine object from the Rainbow Arbiter? Where did you find this?
This object has been stored inside Helmmaster Yukong's personal trinket all along. Miss Qingni lent it to us. She thought it might be a way to find out more about Yukong's past and why she no longer flies.
This object is no ordinary trinket. It has borne witness to blood and tears. I'm sure you're both familiar with the Xianzhou's long galactic hunt. But have you heard of the denizens of Abundance Wars? As the Xianzhou has continued to cleanse the universe of immortal abominations, so too has the Abundance Axis succeeded in breaching our defensive lines. They pushed the Xianzhou to the brink of disaster. 30 years ago, the Xianzhou Yaoqing and Fenghu were besieged by our enemies. Even in the long history of warfare between the Xianzhou Alliance and the denizens of Abundance, that air battle was one of the most tragic. We were greatly outnumbered by the abominations of Abundance. Almost 1 million fighter pilots fought in the bitter battle. Those who survived numbered no more than 100,000. Had the Rainbow Arbiter not descended and destroyed the enemy's assault with her sky-shattering Lux Arrow, who's to say whether the Luofu would still be here today? Such divine objects were forged from the embers that the Arbiter's divine arrow left behind. For the survivors, these relics contain the blood of their comrades, the ashes of their enemies, and the dust of their memories. Yukong is a survivor of that war. Her best friend, Cai, perished on the battlefield.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, General.
I do not wish to speculate on the reason behind Helmmaster Yukong's reluctance to fly, nor do I want to open up old wounds. However, it is difficult to discard one's past. Yukong and Sai trusted each other with their lives. The Helmmaster will have strong memories of that time. Perhaps it is not my place to say, but I believe Qingni has the right to know about the past, as the past is starting to affect her future.
Thank you, General. We apologize for taking up your time with such triviality.
Mr. Yang, you jest. How can harmony between parent and child constitute a triviality? If you ask me, the mountains of documents and the seat of divine foresight are the only triviality around here.
We'll take our leave. Let's go. We should head to Starskiff Haven and find Qingni.
Trailblazer, did you learn anything from General Yukong? Yuki said Mom's busy, so I'm headed back to the Skyfaring Commission. You did learn something. Can you come meet up with me? I want to ask my Skyfaring Commission colleagues as much as I can, but I don't know how to start. Jingon did mention someone named Sai and said you were very close to her. I actually guessed there would be some connection. It's hard to explain over text. Let's meet up.
Oh, you're here! My mom isn't in a great mood. She went for a walk. My mom isn't the irresponsible type. She only skips work if she's managed to delegate everything.
You two are very similar.
Well, we do both like to take a walk after a fight. The only difference is that I come to this side of Starskiff Haven and she heads to the other. That way, we don't bump into each other. You can say that again. Anyway, did you find anything out from General Jing Yuan?
Relay information provided by Jinglong to Jinmi.
Did Helmmaster Yukong never bring this up with you?
I was always curious about her past, but she either dodged my questions or pretended not to hear them. In the end, I realized she probably experienced something that left a scar that never fully healed. I never asked her again.
Indeed. That's probably why Yukong was never willing to fly again after the battle, and why she forbids you from flying.
So she doesn't want me to fly because she remembers the pain of losing her friend. And she thinks that my talent makes it more likely that she'll lose me in the same way?
I can't guarantee that's what she's thinking, Miss Qingni. You should talk with her yourself.
You're right, Mr. Yang. But I still have something else to check first. This pass that General Jing Yuan mentioned is probably archived in the Palace of Astrum. I remember watching her handle a document with great care before she filed it away. It looked like a diary.
Do you still remember where it was filed, Miss Qingni?
Vaguely. But there are so many files stored in the Skyfaring Commission. Could I ask you benefactors to look for it with me?
A couple of Outworlders going through Skyfaring Commission files isn't a good look. I'm afraid we can only accompany you, Miss Qingni. You'll need to do the searching yourself.
Of course. You're right. Sorry.
Can I help you? I know what it looks like, but I'm using Celestial Jade to improve the algorithm. I'm working, I swear.
Sorry. We'll get going. It seems like this device is handling some important procedures. Let's leave it alone.
I love work. I love overtime. I love work. I love overtime.
Are you
I love
okay?
work. I love overtime. I love work. I love overtime.
Let's leave her alone. Mr. Yang Ming is a stickler for rules. I don't want to annoy him. Let's go to a different device. We can use this one. Okay. Let me see. Helmmaster's personal archive. Oh, got it! Let's go take a look. It should be here. Let's see. Yes! This is Mom's diary!
Miss Qingni, I don't think the two of us should be reading your mother's diary.
It should be fine. This is from decades ago. For you travelers, that's more than half a lifespan.
No, I still think I shouldn't read it. You stay here with Miss Qingni. I'll be waiting over there.
Fine. Is it really that big of a deal? I'm sure they're just her notes on life as a pilot.
Yeah, but that's her private business and stuff. He's got a point.
Come on, please look at it with me. I need someone to give me some advice. Let's read it together. Maybe her diary holds the key to all of this.
Sai, we are going to be partners. We've known each other for so long, but when we first knew each other racing star skiffs illegally in the city, we were rivals. Now that we're asked to work together and have each other's backs, I'm really not used to it. Naturally, I'm not used to having to look after someone who lost against me, but an order is an order. I really look forward to the flying with you. I don't know when we would receive a combat mission. I don't know what you think about our situation, but I think we both have considerable skills. Having to sit still and not fight enemies front lines is stifling. Those denizens of abundance often raid the border, and occasionally there are reports of them harming innocent plants. Every time I hear these news, I feel an overwhelming sense of anger, but now things are different. After a while, we'll be able to show them what we're made of on our fighter jets. Honestly, though, I'm pretty satisfied with my life right now. After all, just between you and me, what I really wanted was never the righteous cause of ridding demonic activities. What attracts me is just the act of flying itself. Look, flying out in the universe outside of the elves is entirely different from racing starships that we're so used to. There's something to anchor us in space. There's not even a distinction between up and down. Our fighter jets would be hung in space by their lonesome selves like ships sailing in the middle of the ocean. Then there's no one else you can rely on but your own skills and your own jet. Some may call this feeling lonely, but I prefer to call it freedom. To me, the ability to fly in space is good enough, and if I have shared this sweet freedom with you, that's even better. Sai, I don't know what to say to console you. You're always like this. No matter what terrible things happen to you, you would act strong. It's if you don't need anyone to care for you, and you have terrible timing for jokes. But we've been together for over 100 years, and I think we understand each other very well. You once said that if something is unpleasant for me, it would also be uncomfortable for you. I actually feel the same way too. Right now my heart feels like it's being gouged out with a blunt, rusted knife. I can't imagine the amount of hurt and pain you're going through. It's funny, I've never shown you on my good side. Every time you leave me alone to go on a mission with him, I feel uncomfortable. Especially when I see you two flirting and getting along as if you're inseparable, I can't help but want to glare at him with disdain. But Guangyun is a good person. No matter how rude I was to him, he was always kind to me. Thinking back on it now, I realize I'm just really bad at appreciating people. He's really amazing. He managed to hold off several dozen enemy ships with only 2 people. This isn't something that can be done with just courage and resolve. It also requires exceptional skills and extraordinary talent. I can imagine what it was like in his final moments, how his annoyingly handsome face must have shown such determination and focus. Guess that's why you fell in love with him in the first place. I can imagine how proud he must have felt in that moment. He must have had no fear or hopelessness, only pride. So you shouldn't be sad, you should be proud of him. We all should. Sai, I've been having a lot of negative emotions recently. I cannot express to other fighters on the front line. Since you're recuperating in the rear, I'll just dump them on you. Although it seems I'm a bit slow to say such words now, it was only recently that I realized I am actually in the midst of such a cruel war. Space combat is different from ground combat, although both involve life and death in an instant. It is rare to see severed limbs and broken bodies in space, which led me to misjudge the brutality of this war. It wasn't until recently, as the situation on the front lines worsened, that the bloody reality indisputably presented itself before me. Someone might sit beside you for a meal today and be missing in action tomorrow. A new soldier earning praise and honor today might disappear the next. Captain I fought with today might not be found tomorrow. The ground troops that exchanged encouragement with me today might be eliminated the next. At this point, I'm wary of building personal connections with anyone here. Perhaps that person would perish, or I might perish, or we might both perish in the day to come. I thought I have experienced enough to feel numb, but bad news kept coming in waves every single day. However, I don't regret this at all. Whenever the pain comes, the feeling that become a fighter pilot is the best choice I have made in my life will follow. If I weren't a fighter pilot, I can only endure this pain in silence, but I can fly, I can battle, I can attempt to destroy the source of my pain. Because I am a fighter pilot, I have things that I can do, realities that I can change. P.S. Don't use the names Guangyun came up with. They're terrible. Choosing a name is a big decision the child has to bear with for a lifetime. Use my suggestion instead. It's something I picked with after diligently going through several collections worth of poetry. Sai, I have a lot to tell you, so many things. After your death, they wanted to honor me with a medal. Truthfully, I find that laughable. Based on common logic, no one would award survivors medals to praise their fortuitous survival, but no, not the Skyfaring Commission. They gave me a medal, called me a hero pilot, and the only reason for it is because of my luck to remain alive in that calamitous battle. If you had been as lucky as me, we could have gotten the medals together after the medal ceremony. We could have gone to Arum Alley, have a few drinks, and laugh at the absurdity of it all. It's a shame luck is not on your side. You don't have that chance anymore. I suddenly feel nostalgic. I remembered all the time we had steering our starships across the Lufu sky. We were so carefree, there were no threats to our lives, and we didn't have to bear the calling of the hunt. The entirety of the sky within the delve was ours, yours and mine. Above us was the delve's flashing dome ceiling. And below us were the bustling lights of 10,000 homes. Oh, and behind us, the realm-keeping commissioning officers, who just won't stop chasing us. That was a time of innocence. How I wish we could stay in that time forever.
What is the meaning of this? The Helm Master's daughter bringing Outworlders in to sneak around? What do you have in your hands? Let me see.
What do you have in your hand? What do you have? Show it.
Madame Yukong's diary? The nerve.
What's the matter with you?
How dare you read Madame Yukong's personal diary? And with her daughter, too. By the Arbiter, you two are in for a...
Mr. Yangming, please, calm down. Let us explain.
Jing tells Yangming the whole story.
I see. Qingni, I know Madame Yukong's position on you becoming a pilot is tough for you to accept, but she has her own concerns.
I understand, Mr. Yangming. But now, compared to becoming a fighter pilot, I'm more interested in knowing what my mom went through. I want to know what happened. How she went from ace pilot to Helm Master.
I've been here for a long time, Qingni. If there's something you wish to know, just ask. But don't go rummaging around. That's a bad habit. This divine object, if I remember correctly, it's the one Madame Yukong always carries with her? I heard the war that forged this object was only won thanks to the Rainbow Arbiter's blessing. If Madame Yukong still carries objects from that pilot, then perhaps she still longs for the sky.
If Mom still longs for the sky, then why does she no longer fly?
Perhaps Tsai's passing was too much for her. You shouldn't be asking me about this. Ask your mother. Miss Tsai, I remember her. She was an ace gunner. Many people wanted to be her flight partner. Her husband, Mr. Guang Yuan, was a pilot. They manned the same skiff and were the envy of many. But when it came to pilots, your mother was the best match for her. They flew together all the time. Even Mr. Guangyun couldn't match their numbers. Well, after he passed away in battle, Tsai rarely teamed up with anyone except your mother. It was tragic when Tsai died soon after. That's the life of a pilot. No one knows which flight will be their last. Tsai's death was a big blow to Madame Yukong. After the battle, she refused to turn in Tsai's possessions as per regulations. She kept them locked away, occasionally taking them out to admire. Well, as her subordinate, surely I should be concerned with her mental well-being. If Madame Yukong is unhappy, how can I be happy? I mean to say, how can I be happy in my duties to her?
Where are Miss Tsai's possessions stored? Thanks for telling us all this, Mr. Yangming.
You're welcome. I know this is important to you. I suppose you're going to go through Madame Yukong's office desk next. I can understand your position, Qingni. I'll take my leave and pretend I didn't see anything. After all, it's an unwritten rule that subordinates should be absent when their superior's privacy is exposed. Please don't tell your mother that you saw me today.
Got it.
Hurry. Madame Yukong will be back soon.
My mom keeps lots of stuff in her desk. Let's have a look. That's the selling point of this desk. Super simplistic design with super spacious hidden compartments. Lots of office staff use this desk. There are hidden compartments on the left, right, and under the desktop. Which one should we check first? Got it. This looks similar to Mom's diary, but it looks like it belonged to Miss Tsai.
Yukong, I'm happy to have a chance to fight side by side with you. When the pair assignment was sent out, I was so nervous that I didn't dare to open and check it, fearing that we wouldn't be paired up. It's not like I can't bear to part with you, but I was worried to leave you with the others with your fiery temperament. When you actually get to the battlefield, don't act recklessly like you do now, always charging in with hot-headedness. Before taking action, think more about the consequences, but it's okay, I don't want to talk about this anymore, or you'll accuse me of nagging like an old crone again. In any case, we need to work together using our individual strengths to create our own legends in the vast sky. I look forward to fighting in the vast skies with you so much so that I'm finding it hard to fall asleep. Yukong, don't cry, there's no need to be sad. My husband was the one who died, but you're crying more than I am. After so many years of fighting, you're still so emotional, I'm envious. Being a fighter pilot has always been a harrowing decision. Since we chose this path, we have to be mentally prepared. What's important is not whether we can survive by luck, but whether we can live up to the value of a pilot's life. Guangyan and his partner managed to keep an entire Borderson fleet at bay. They were heroes. To me, that is enough. I've heard it said that the greatest happiness in life is being able to choose how you die. From this perspective, to fight for the Shinsho Alliance? No, for the people of the entire galaxy to die on the battlefield after a lifetime of military service to Guangzhou is probably happy. Of course, you better not have this kind of happiness. Just live another 200 years, behave, and then die of old age for me. Yukong, it's been a long time. I'm still on my maternity leave in the rear. Everything is fine. The stalemate happening right now, you must be very busy, but when you have the chance, please take a moment to write an exchange diary entry for me so that I can know that you're still safe. I also have a mountain of things I want to talk to you about. Firstly, an announcement. I've already decided on a name for our child. Guangyan has talked about this before. If it's a boy, name him Dragon. If it's a girl, name her Phoenix. But this man's literary sense is as good as the monkeys in the Everhunt Plains. No matter how much we should prioritize the wishes of my late husband, I cannot let his wants ruin my child's life. So after much pondering, I've decided to go with your suggestion and name her Jingyi, the colors of dawn. It's not even your mom. She's just looking after you. The moonlit camp opens to a garden of archery. Frosty banners brush the colors of dawn. How rare you made the time and effort to look through poems and allegories. I thought you only cared about fighter jets. Don't miss me too much. After taking a few months of break and settling Jingyi down, I'll be back in action ASAP. Jingyi is still so young, and I need to leave her to fight a war. How should I say this? I'm such an irresponsible mother. I am well aware the situation on the front line doesn't look so good. The Borison keeps breaking our ranks. All the media outlets are trying to control the spread of panic and fear, but the Lofu is shrouded with a veil of uneasiness. However, I believe the Shinsho Alliance will win. I believe that warriors like you and me will repel those denizens of abundance to whence they came. I look forward to fighting beside you once more. Yukong, we will be heading toward a cruel battlefield tomorrow, so tonight there are some things I must entrust to you. This may be somewhat ominous, but there's no help for it. Who made it so that we've never entrusted these things to each other before? You lived and I didn't. Please take care of Jingyi like you would your own daughter. I know you will. I will entrust you with all my savings. Please use that as living expenses for Jingyi. No matter what kind of person Jingyi wants to become, please support her fully. Merchant, poet, street performer, anything except a jet fighter. Please allow me to make a vow with you. Do not let Jingyi become a jet fighter. When we enlisted, you wrote in this diary, our fighter jets would be hung in space by their lonesome selves, like ships sailing in the middle of the ocean. Some may call this feeling lonely, but I prefer to call it freedom. I really love this segment because I thought the same, but that's enough loneliness or freedom. We've already tasted it all. Promise me, don't let that child touch the sky. It's pretty sad.
So, I was adopted? And this Miss Sae was my real mother? I suppose I've always had a feeling. But now I know the truth. I feel like I'm dreaming. Don't let that child touch the sky. Is this why Mom refuses to let me become a fighter pilot? For a pilot, the most important oath before departure is the promise to bring your comrade back. Mom didn't manage to bring her comrade back. So she vowed to prevent me from setting out. Not only am I her daughter, I'm also her final promise to Sae. I never thought my dream would put Mom in such a difficult situation. I feel a lot closer to Mom after reading this diary. Even if we're not connected by blood. I understand her a lot more now. Can you come with me one more time? I want to have a proper chat with Mom. Yes. Thank you.
You're all done? Did it go smoothly?
Well, everything that just happened.
I see. Let's find Helmmaster Yukong. We'll accompany you. We're here to help, but she and I really shouldn't interject when you're conversing with your mother.
It's okay. I understand. Just having you stand next to me is already a great help, benefactors. When Mom feels down, she usually goes to take in a view of the Jade Gate. She should still be there. Let's go find her.
Take caution. Some people may try to blend in and infiltrate the Palace of Astrum.
Mom?
Qingni, why are Mr. Yang and they here too?
Miss Qingni kindly agreed to show us around Starskiff Haven. She mentioned she was trying to mend things between you, but was feeling shy about it. We volunteered to come with her.
Thank you. I must apologize for the trouble my daughter has brought you.
Mom!
All right, it's getting late. Let's talk once we're home.
Actually, I want to talk to you about something right now. I want to become a fighter pilot, no matter what.
We've talked about this many times. No means no.
But...
Seems like Miss Qingni is a little hesitant. Try giving her a little push.
I thought Mr. Yang said we shouldn't interject. What should I say?
Is that Sae's diary? How did you... I understand now. I'm sorry, Qingni. I cannot support your dream because I made a promise to someone else. I don't expect to gain your forgiveness. I just hope you can understand my reason.
Mom, what are you talking about? I'm your daughter. Our bond is bigger than forgiveness and reason. I'll listen to anything you have to say.
Just like you, I once longed for the sky. I know what it feels like to to fly through infinite space. To be surrounded by the vast expanse of nothingness. Unimaginable splendors, looming in the distance, to float like a single leaf in the fathomless stellar sea. Some called it loneliness, but we called it freedom. Sai was like that too. We're friends since childhood. We flew star skiffs everywhere, causing trouble until the knights caught us and dragged us before General Jingyuan. We soon became the most elite fighter pilots of the Skyfaring Commission. It wasn't an easy life. You could even say it was a cruel one. You never knew if the friend next to you would make it back alive. Of course, the same could be said of yourself, but those are my best memories. We would strike out into the sky, repelling demons and upholding justice. The blood we shed bore witness to it all. The life of a Foxian is short and fleeting. Surely we should dedicate ourselves to such glorious aims. System space all clear today. Great weather for flying.
We're engaging the main Borisan fleet this time. Don't get too excited.
Huh? Sounds like maternity leave knocked the wind out of your sails. Feeling rusty?
Oh, shut it. I think you're just excited because you haven't flown with me for so long. Did you miss me?
Of course I missed you. The galaxy felt smaller without you in my cockpit. Say, Sai, really didn't think you'd come back. Do you really like flying star skiffs that much?
You bet. Sure, it's exhausting, dangerous, low paid.
We don't even
Plus,
get
you
paid
only
well?
get back to
Damn.
the Wafu a few times a year. But given the choice, I'd always pick this. I guess I already touched the sky.
Mind is mysterious. I've lived for more than 200 years. Forgotten nearly every conversation I've ever had. But I still remember us shooting the breeze that day. It's crystal clear. It was the last time I spoke to Tsai.
Oh man, why are you showing me this?
Hold on, Sai. Sai, open your eyes. Sai.
Thank you. Yukong. I've had a good life. But please, don't let Jingmi walk the same path. Don't let her become a fighter pilot.
Wow.
Sai, she's your daughter. You'll be able to tell her yourself, do you hear? The rescue's almost here. Stay with me. Jingni is waiting for you. She lost Guang Yan. She can't afford to lose you too. Wake up! Sai! 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 When I climbed out of the burning carcass of the star skiff, I looked up into a clear sky, pure and seemingly unadorned by the atmosphere that arced far above us. It was the most beautiful sky I had ever seen. But all I could feel was unbearable pain. I sunk to the ground and gazed up helplessly in my dream. That was the day I died.
Mom, This is the first time I've heard you talk about this. But I'm not a little girl anymore. The road of a fighter pilot is a cruel one. I know that now, but I won't hide from it. I'm not afraid to walk the same road as her. If my sacrifice can bring happiness to the citizens of the Xianzhou, then I'm ready for it.
You are so very similar to Tsai. The more outstanding you became over the years, the more fearful I turned. I've known for a long time you were ready, but I was not. You know, the cruelty has never claimed victory. Me, Tsai, your father Guangyan. We were prepared for the worst when we enlisted. But do you know how we won that war? The war that took away Tsai and the lives of hundreds of thousands of fighters.
The Rainbow Arbiter's Divine Arrow.
Yes. The mighty blessing of the Rainbow Arbiter annihilated all abominations in a single strike. We had to pay with the blood of hundreds of thousands of soldiers just to halt their advance. If crushing our enemies was as easy as breathing for the Rainbow Arbiter, then what purpose did our sacrifices serve? Under the might of an eon, the sacrifices of ordinary creatures are but a joke. We are nothing. We mean nothing.
Mom.
But I never should have allowed my fears to compel me to make decisions for another person. Even if that person is my daughter, I brazenly interfered with your choices. I am sorry. That is my failure as a mother.
Mom, you don't need to apologize. Really, you don't need to.
I'll take you to fill in the paperwork tomorrow. You'll start as ground crew, just like Tsai and I did. I believe that one day, you'll make an outstanding fighter pilot.
Huh? Really? Thank you, Mom. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I was afraid of you following in my footsteps, and more afraid of you taking after Tsai. But if this is your choice, then I'm willing to support you, even if you live to regret it.
Mom, I have one last request.
Tell me.
I want to fly with you at least once.
I'm afraid I can't. I won't be flying anymore.
But why?
Because I already touched the sky.
Take caution. Some people may try to blend in and
That was well written. That was very well written. That was really enjoyable.
Huh?
You there? I have something I need your help with, beautiful. Pertel, what can I help you with? Well, don't say it so formally. You make it sound like we're strangers. Now, due to the unusual yin-yang phenomenon brought by the Ambrosial Arbor's revival, many of Heron Express's cycranes and freight starships have had accidents, and a great number of goods were lost. They want to send their staff to retrieve these lost goods, but you know, it's not very safe out there right now. The Skyfaring Commission plans to send people who are skilled at controlling cycranes trustworthy and have had some military training to help them. We have only known each other for a few days, yet you already have so much trust in me. I feel flustered. You are the hero who saved Madame Yukong's daughter. Even if I were to lose my trust in the general, I would never lose my trust in you. Come on, stop saying no. You are the one for this task. Huron Express sent over a contact person. She's waiting for you at the doors of the Skyfaring Commission. Come over quickly. Don't let them wait too long. Eye of the Cosmos.